Oh, let's try that again.
Button. Who's got the button?
Who's got the boomer moment? The
I
boomer
boomered
button.
it.
Where's the
I haven't
button,
boomered it in a
Ginger?
long
Hit the
time.
button for
Rhyme
God's sake.
tradition of Gary Beekler comes James Harris.
I guess it's the more you grow out your beard, the more you are prone to just boomer the hell out of it. Oh, are you brushing with like $100 bill, y'all?
Something like that.
It looked like it.
It's a little.
Oh, I thought I thought there for a second it was like wrapped up $100 bills.
Eric's using a $100 beard brush. Awesome.
It's like the Joker.
I plucked and petrified each one of these bristles from the wings.
Ginger, I've got me Mothra versus Godzilla.
Nice.
Ginger, look at that.
Look at that.
Yes.
Nice,
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Hey, angry Canadian, what up, man?
What's up, Eric?
I'm gonna trigger some people. Oh.
Do it. I love Marvel. What are you talking about? I love
Me
them.
too, man.
I'm
love Marvel,
gonna check out Strange Academy, because many people tell. I thought about it. You all know I have a problem with Marvel creators and blocking people on Twitter.
Yeah.
Looking at it like an adult, I gotta say that the literal handful of creators who have done that to me are outweighed by the amount of other creators who have not, and I should be giving them chances.
Eric, who on earth would block you, for goodness sake? Come on. Ridiculous.
I was that far away from doing it at one point, that far away. I was like, if I have to see another one of these soup videos, I swear to God. No, I'm just joking.
By the way, Ray
Me too.
Ray was on Comics Aficionados yesterday.
I heard.
Oh, mate, I felt like I was like, oh my God, these guys know so much about comics, and I'm like, I like Spawn.
What are you talking
I like
about,
Batman.
man?
I like
I like it a lot.
the Spider-Man conversation, and I like that. Like, I can vicariously read that through you, in a way.
Can you all do English accents? That'd be awesome. Oh, you like it a lot, do you, Eric? Oh, I do.
It a lot, right?
I like it a lot.
It's really good.
That's really good, man. I like that accent.
Rick, look, I've got 6 arms.
Absolutely, Miss Moneypenny.
How does it feel, Neil, to be strapped to a wheel? Neil.
So Ginger's back and recovered from some crazy weird disease he got in a massage parlor.
Yeah, I got the unhappy ending, I guess you'd say.
The unhappy ending.
Wasn't that good?
Waka
Yeah.
Here we are.
Waka waka. What was I saying? Oh, British shows. Speaking of British accent stuff, I had a mate. He was from Manchester, and are you from Manchester? It's 62, right? Manchester 62. You're muted.
I am from Manchester. I'm muted.
All right,
I'm from Manchester, Ginger. Do you know the Manchester accent? We all talk like that over there.
Yeah, that's what. As soon as I heard you, I was like, "Oh, this guy's Manchester." But is he a Man U or is he a Man City?
No, even worse, mate. It's complicated.
Neither of them.
Liverpool. I support Liverpool because my dad's from Liverpool. Like, so I grew up in Manchester, getting the shit beaten out of me every fucking day.
What's up there, JP Minded? Nice to see you there. You're okay. Wait a second. Has she started her exhibition? When was it? May? I can't remember. I'm so bad.
Is she doing an exhibition?
She's doing an exhibition of jewelry and things that she's made from stuff that she has collected.
What do you say, Jay? What do you know?
Great.
What's kicks? What's the rumpus?
Well, I don't know about well dressed or well groomed for myself, but the other two guys are looking great. Me, I'm post bath time in my pajamas already, because as soon as this live stream is over, I just kind of crawl into bed.
Nice.
Me too. Down below in my pajamas.
Yeah, because shoot, I usually finish around 2:00 or something, so I'm like, I have no energy to do anything, so I just kind of crawl up the stairs and go into bed, and then
Aww.
But it's always good. It's worth it. It's weird. I always love doing these live streams, but I just know what I'm going to feel like on Monday. I know it's going to be like the challenge because I'm up late at night. It's kind of like pulling an all-nighter.
Do you go on until 2:30, Ginger? I didn't realise. Do you go on that late?
I go until like around 1-ish, 2-ish, 1:30-ish, 2-ish. And then I stay up and I scan my work and I kind of talk to people. I like to do that afterwards to kind of show people what went on during the stream. So I end up, you open up a video and you start going down a rabbit hole and you're like, Ah. Next thing you know, it's like, look at the clock. It's about 2:33.
I have an early start on Mondays. How about you? I've got to be at work 8:20. Really early start. So how about you?
Oh, me? Well, I don't start classes until 4 on Monday, but
4:00. Jeez.
but I do like 3 jobs, man. I'm actually working. I do this artwork as well, and I'm actually working on a friend of mine. He lives in Wakayama. Actually, he's from Australia.
Ooh, awesome.
He owns like an English school, and he also publishes English teaching materials.
Okay.
It's called Fun Kids English, and I've worked with for a bunch of the past, just doing like poster designs or or like flyer designs or book covers, and so this time he asked me to design the entire book. So I've actually been working on that as well.
Oh, that's awesome.
So he had Illustrator files of the characters, so I just went in there and designed like a whole book, and we've been working on that for a couple months now. And this Monday is the final draft. We're sending it off to the printers. Yay!
That's
Huzzah!
It was a big project that I had to work on.
Eric, I moaned about earlier, but I don't compare to Eric. Eric has got to get up really early, don't you?
Oh, dude, that guy's
working days.
I'm up at 3:30 a.m. So I've adjusted my life around that.
As he says it so casually.
Yeah, I feel like I'm the reverse Batman.
Yeah.
I don't have a Batmobile. I've got the subway.
Same difference.
I wear funny clothes. You know what I mean? I love Batman. But
me too.
Yeah, but it's like 3. Yeah, I'm up at 3:30. I'm there at 6, and so I should be asleep by 8 p.m. to get my proper 7-8 hours of sleep.
7, 8. Oh my God.
Do you finish early, Eric? Starting so early, do you finish early or not?
It's from 6 to 2:30.
Oh,
PM.
okay, cool.
Yeah, 40 hours.
You just have a bit of Irish come out there. 6 to 2:30.
Just a wee bit.
Just 6 to 2:30.
To enunciate the 30.
Excellent.
£3.33 in the third.
I mumble, so I will cobble together. I will cannibalize. if I can enunciate something distinctly the first time without sounding like a moron, I will steal away. Indeed.
So Angry, good to see you here, bud.
Yeah.
How you been doing?
How's hockey?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine. I didn't go tonight, but yeah, it's fine.
You were busy making like some okonomiyaki and stuff, weren't you?
Yeah, that's my specialty.
I saw it on the Twitch Watt.
Yeah. What is that? And how do I say it again? How many syllables?
Okonomiyaki.
Okonomi
means how you like it. Yaki means fry it. So fry it how you like it.
Okonomiyaki.
Yeah, fry it how you like it. It's basically like the Japanese pancake. It's not sweet and it doesn't have the same consistency.
Savory pancake, with cabbage, bacon, whatever you throw in there.
It's really good. They're delicious.
Well, we're an Angry Canadian. So, what were the components of your dish? I saw that you had. Was that like a spicy aioli or?
So basically, the batter's made from flour, potato starch, egg, and water, and you have to cut up about half a cabbage because that's like most of the dish. You mix it all together. You start frying it, and then you can lay down pork, like slices of pork on it or bacon, and you flip it, and then you dress it. Once you finish cooking both sides, you dress it with the okonomiyaki sauce, which is like the special Japanese sauce, mayonnaise, and then what I do is I make tomato and cheese. So I cook tomato on top and I melt the cheese on top of it.
Ooh.
So.
Now I worked for a fusion chef one time, and so I had to make tonkatsu with like with the togarashi mayonnaise. Is that
togarashi
and
the cayenne pepper.
We had some house pickled cabbage, and then like this a beautiful sushi rice, and that he forced me to make with the real master sous, and it was a really nice experience making really glossy sticky sushi rice. You didn't waste a kernel. Seriously.
Wow, you used that with the tonkatsu? That's interesting.
Yeah, not heard that before.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
I'm sorry, I got one. That was actually that was a base for a ceviche of salmon and done.
The
pork chop tonkatsu was that didn't have the glossy rice.
Yeah, I was like,
You're
wow,
right.
I've never sushi rice and tonkatsu.
That was like 15 years ago. So and and a billion menus ago as well.
Yeah, and a
Eric,
lot of
we had tonkatsu tonight. Funny enough, I got invited to the
really?
the what do you call it, the family-in-laws for
Mm-hmm.
a rare
Nice.
dinner. Tonkatsu, it was so good, man.
yeah.
It's been a while since I had it. You know, with mustard, with a bit of mustard, and of course the okonomiyaki sauce or a bit of ponzu. So
Oh yeah.
Grandma's
Dude, man, if
cooking,
you guys
huh?
ever make it down here my way, my wife's family, they have a restaurant. They run a
oh
restaurant.
wow,
Yeah, and so like, dude, yeah, he learned how to cook up in Nagoya, actually.
ooh,
So he does the miso katsu, which is awesome.
Oh yeah,
The-
yeah, yeah.
Yes, miso katsu is to die for.
You know,
Yeah.
I was completely addicted to Japanese Iron Chef reruns.
Oh yeah.
When it was on the Food Network. I mean, they're just I love the foreign shows better than the American shows any day. Like Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares is a wonderful show in the UK. In the US, it's a waste of time. Because he actually
Really?
solves people's problems in the UK. He addresses
Ooh.
people's problems. In the US versions, they spend too much camera and story time on the wait staff. And in the UK versions, it's all about the chefs talking about how to get your business running. Yeah. But yeah, Iron Chef Japanese. Wow, what a wonderful
Yeah.
view into your world.
Eric, is it your own business? Do you have your own business? Are you thinking of setting up your own restaurant or your own cooking?
Heck no. But thank you for
No.
asking. That's a common question though, and that's a really wonderful thing to ask a chef. Like, are you opening up your own restaurant? And like, it's a labor of love. You need you need very solid financial backing. You need a good partnership with people. You can't do it alone. It's hard. It takes years to become solvent, and then you can have things such as our lockdowns and different things that took away the marketplace.
Yeah.
I'm very grateful for all the restaurants that survived that.
Yeah, me too.
And the local comic book shops too. These mom and pop brick and mortar establishments.
Yeah.
Japan
did
too,
my-
Jinja. Japan got hit pretty hard, didn't it?
Dude,
People
I
don't
did
talk
my
about
best.
it, but
Yeah, I did my best to try to like support people during the pandemic. But
Nice.
the freaking. But what happened is the government would. I said it. The government gave you what is it called? Where they gave them the assistant funds. What do you call it? The
Stipend?
stipends.
Stipend?
Is that what it's called? I don't know.
I've got a
friends
stiff
speak it
end,
more.
but I don't know about a stiff end. What's happened?
So basically, if you stayed open, they would it was so weird. If you stayed open, they wouldn't give you government assistant money, and they basically made the rules to where you couldn't have your establishment open after 7:00. So you had no choice but to close down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that.
You weren't allowed to serve alcohol either. It's just like,
Yep.
dude, it was like it was so frustrating during that time, and I don't know. I lost so much respect for just a lot. Hey, what's up there, pops? But I understand they're put people in like a no-win situation, and it's me. I just I don't know. It was good to see. I did my best to support people, but I would go to their place to like try to help them out when they're closed. Okay, but the thing is, we're paying for it. You know what I mean? It's not coming from this imaginary place. It's coming from our wallets. So I don't know.
Most people
I don't
don't
know.
even realize that, Ginger, do they?
Oh,
It's like they
man,
don't know.
yeah.
You're
They
paying
just
for
don't-
it yourself,
They're
man. Come
paying for
on.
it. And everybody's
Yeah.
going crazy about, oh, I just got an extra like 2,000 or 5,000 yen per month. It's like, all the prices are raised, right? So it doesn't. It's just like. Whatever, I don't know. Hey, what's up there, Gilkman? And
It's the
how you
Gilk
doing?
Man.
How you doing? We got
Hello,
Pops in the
Thomas.
chat. Jada
Hello.
Deep-minded. We got Gap After
Joshua.
Dark. The Gilkman.
Would you like to play a game?
Oh, hey, Eric, thanks for throwing out that thing to the fan expos. Still haven't heard back from him. I don't know.
Yeah, we do.
I'm
We
here waiting for you.
persevere.
Yeah. I'm just trying to be. I try not to check, but I'm checking all the time because I really want to get into those. It'd be fun. Awesome. What you been up to, Eric?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I spent the past 2 days doing what all humans do. We tend to our passed away, our dearly departed. My childhood best friend's pa passed away.
Oh no,
his dad, and this. Well, he was an old guy. He was suffering, and it was his time. And
gotcha.
he had a long life. He has beautiful grandchildren that most of them I got to meet for the first time. But these were my first friends in life. I grew up with these people literally, and I had the feeling of joy to be in the same room with these four people, all together, just taking some pictures here and there. But, my childhood best friend, his kid sister, and his cousin, and we all grew up together in a cluster in the projects. We all played G.I. Joe together. We all played Star Wars together. We had a Luke, a Han, a Chewie, and a Leia. Dude, in Generation 1 Star Wars, playing with our action figures and toys, fucking, 8 to 11 years old, all of us in that range. Man,
you guys should all cosplay as him.
That would be fun because Brian's up for, and Brian, I got to see Brian 3 times last year, and we went to the Wicked Comic Con, and then we went to 2 Bruins games, and because we're psychotic Bruins fans.
When does the season start?
The Bruins season started in October,
and when is it? Ends it like March?
April, and then starts the 2 months of playoffs.
Okay.
Yeah. Angry Canadian would tell you it's all about staying healthy until you make the playoffs, which we call the second season.
Yes.
Where it can really get serious.
Yeah.
Because I would love, my payment has gone through on the Boston one. I just haven't got the notice whether or not I'm in yet.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if I would love to, but it's not going to be that. I'm going to be there in August if I go, so it's nothing's going on then. Other than baseball, you would have a baseball game.
I was going to say, there might be a baseball game.
I would enjoy going to see it. I would love to see a baseball game live again. I love going to those.
Fenway's a wonderful place. You've never been?
Yeah. Nope. I've been. The last one I went to was Seattle. I went to a baseball game there. I've been to
Mexican Iron Man too. We have an open invite. Like we've been planning for like 2 or 3 years. Like Mike's one of the only people in the fandom that has my number, and Mike Canul, the Mexican Iron Man, and he's like, I was gonna come up to Boston. We're gonna go see a game. We've been like, hey, Mrs. Flu, and we're gonna, we have so maybe I can convince him to come up during Fan Expo.
That would be awesome, man.
Yeah, that would be good. That's a good idea. Fenway Park, and Gilkman would go. Gilkey he loves the Red Sox. I'm looking forward to going to a game with him because I know it's going to happen this year. We should go to a game or two, if all things, work out. He's a big Sox fan. I love going to a Sox game.
I used to be like the biggest baseball fan out there. I'm not kidding. I knew all the stats. I knew everything. I was in fantasy baseball, won it like 3 years in a row. Mm-hmm. I do all my back even before that. Since I was a kid, baseball was my favorite, and then I just stopped basically 2 years ago, just went cold turkey on everything.
It'll be interesting this year too, because now we have the bigger bases and the pitch clock.
Okay.
Yeah, there are.
I heard about that.
Yeah, this is for real. It's happening this season.
Wait. What's this?
Bigger bases.
Bigger bases.
Area wise, I mean, the base paths remain the same.
Yeah.
90 feet, and was it 90, and then what's
why bigger bases? That's weird.
Exactly. Maybe it's for protection. Maybe it's for entertainment. Maybe it's for, yeah.
But the pitch clock is pretty dumb though. It's like 8 seconds you have to look at the pitcher and then hit the ball when it comes flying towards you.
Something. It's like, and like it's 2 different pitch count clocks for if you have a runner on base as well. So let's see if it works. I mean, geez.
Yeah, what was I gonna say? Let's take it there.
This is for bigger feet.
Show this. Yeah. That's what I was gonna show. If you haven't yet, hit that like button, everyone.
Gray, I had a few pints last night. I'll tell you.
Oh, did you have a nice pint of Guinness?
I had Guinness all day. I had 2. We had a nice time at the Irish bar in South Boston that's been open since 1880, called Amarine's.
That's good, mate.
It's on the corner of A Street in West Broadway, and this is nothing more Southy than going to Amarine's. And so we're an old South Boston family, and I went home, man.
Yeah.
You went
Yeah,
home, fair play. You
I
didn't
was
go out
home.
to the next place, to the after party, to the second or third party.
It was just, it was a nice time. It was a full room, 30 people, and yeah.
It's good to catch up, isn't it, Eric? I know it's sad
Wow.
circumstances, but it's good to, as you said, to catch
Yeah.
up with
I
friends.
mean, it's
Yes.
it's sad. Like whatever. There's like when it gets to this point in life, there's like
Yeah.
2 occasions where people get together, weddings and funerals. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like you want to make it where it's not like that, but it's just so difficult to get everybody together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But got to make the best of it though, and celebrate somebody's life. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Indeed.
So there you go. Or you could be like, the Vikings and things and have a couple of deaths while you're celebrating somebody's life.
Here's something weird, and okay, here's maybe random, but
Go for it.
okay. My views on graveyards and being buried has changed over the years. So much so that if we're having like all the space concerns, that shouldn't
Right.
we like all commit to being cremated at this point? You know what I mean? How about no more graveyards?
That's what they do here in Japan. You get cremated, you have your family grave. So everybody gets put in the same grave. All their ashes. So
Just the ashes. Yeah.
So you'll go to their grave, it'll have like a list of people's names who are on there as well. And then you've got your family grave little grave plot. And actually
Jesus,
right behind
this
our house.
got dark quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, I know. Thanks,
Oh
Eric.
my goodness!
Thanks, Eric.
Okay. Speaking of, so what's on the menu today? What do you have the idea for your art stream?
Okay.
The
So I
art-
was
the
explaining to
art
this
stream.
guys backstage. I've got a friend from high school. She was actually really into art a lot during high school, and then after she graduated and stuff, we saw her again on Facebook, and she was we've talked for a long time, but she's seen me doing like comic book work now, and she's a geek as well, but she's also like professional fitness, like works out and does the whole does the contest and everything like that. And then I told her, like, if you would be so kind, I would love to use your like photos and stuff as reference photos for doing a comic book character. She's like, yes, definitely. So she sent me some photos, and this was during Tokyo Comic Con, and I just haven't gotten around to it. And then she wrote me saying, like, oh, have you been able to tackle it yet? It's like, I've just had a billion things come up. I'm going to do it, though, and I'm going to do it before the next Comic Con. So I just went ahead and decided I was going to do that tonight. So I've got some reference photos I was looking at. I was talking to the guys before the stream started about which pose would be best and which character to do. So I'm going to be using her photo as a reference for Storm. I'm going to be doing Storm tonight.
Oh,
from
cool.
X-Men.
One of my favorite X-Men.
Yes, I was debating on whether to do Gamora or Storm, but I think Storm's going to work out better.
Now,
Yeah.
Mohawk Storm,
No.
Copper Age Storm.
I'm going to do
animated series Storm.
I like the one where she's got like that headband thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of I just like to look at that one. I think it's from the 80s.
Yeah. Okay. That's her like goddess look.
Yes. Yes. I like that look.
That John Byrne, those clean lines and just, but also the smuggled in the design of that are some real S&M themes. Like, with the steel, especially with the steel circle at the belt. You know what I mean? There are some real there's some coding in there. I believe.
Really?
I see it. I would say so. Yeah, it was the late 70s, early 80s, man. You had to smuggle. You had to be really keen on where you put that stuff.
That's like your sixth sensibility. I see S&M.
I see smutty things everywhere.
So
smut vision.
Did somebody say smart? So,
yes.
Did somebody say smart? Okay.
Smart.
Yeah. So I just like
See?
this. I like that outfit. I like that look too. I don't know if I'll keep the cape or not. I might get rid of the cape, but I don't know.
That's pretty cool, Jinja. That's a great look.
Yeah, this is great.
Like
this is
up here.
170
without the cape. Without the cape on.
Oh man,
that's pretty
amazing.
Sexy, man.
Yeah. So I'm thinking without the cape. You know what I mean?
She's depowered. She's the leader of the X-Men, and now she has to fight the leader of the Morlocks. That's 170, and that's an amazing issue.
That's a nice look too there. Yeah. Storm.
Sometimes she's got blue eyes, and sometimes she's got the blank white eyes of energy.
Oh, I like the white eyes.
Yeah, and there's that's the Jim Lee version.
Sorry, yeah, the Jim Lee's back here.
See, that's one of my I think that's one of her most underrated looks because I love.
Great look, yeah.
I mean, I love because it's the X's.
Just say tits.
I love the tits and the hips, of course. But I mean, I like the X's.
Jinja, can you go back to the one before this one? It looked a bit weird. I'm not sure about the hairstyle.
It looks like
sorry. No.
That's the Asgardian look, I think, from annual number 8 or something.
That's the Haggy look.
Yeah, don't like that.
When Danny Moonstone became a Valkyrie. Yeah, an Asgardian.
Let's see what else we have here. No, that's like Wonder Woman.
That's a
Why?
Wonder Woman-y kind of thing.
Oh, don't that one.
No.
Oh my god, no. That's awful.
No. That's Sabretooth. What are you doing in here?
Eric,
now we're
can I
just
have
going way out
a
of
cup
it.
of coffee over here, please?
Yes, here we go.
Thank you very much. There we go.
Yes, I'm going to be sticking to this look right here. Maybe with or without the cape. I haven't decided yet. I'll have the cape on there. But I think the cape is kind of covering up some stuff.
Oh, really?
I kind
This
of like
is
how that.
great. Look at those 6 panels. Even without no dialogue. This is Storm made the leadership decision. She finally stepped up and she killed.
Yeah.
And now there's a Morlock in the crowd that can bring her back to life. So Calypso is not. Wow. She's only temporarily dead. But
did
Storm
she kill him there? That guy.
That's Calypso. She's the leader of the Morlocks, and this is a battle to the death. So now Storm is the leader of the X-Men and the leader of the mutant Morlocks who live underneath in the tunnels of New York City.
Eric, look at those 6 panels of comic book art. This is what comics are all about. You don't need dialogue. This tells a story.
That's the whole idea I want to do with my next comic. Is no dialogue whatsoever. Ooh. I don't want to, like we were talking about this before. Yes. I want to do a comic book with 0 dialogue.
I would suggest G.I. Joe number 21. It's worth it to get a high seas just to look at it.
What's up there, Sporkin? And Captain Phantom Nerd? How you guys doing?
Hello. Good morning. Top of the morning to you, Scotty.
All right. I'll stop sharing here before I my erection was too.
And those are nicely drawn feet, by the way, too. I mean, just wanted to say. I mean,
yes, feet are very nice.
That Rob Liefeld. I'm just kidding.
All 5 digits.
Love Rob. The more and more I see of Rob Liefeld on YouTube and like these podcasts, the more I like him.
Who's this?
Rob Liefeld, the creator of Cable, Deadpool, and
okay.
You know, the Image guy.
I gotcha.
He's really funny.
Whew. Oh, hey. So, what do you guys? There's been a couple things going around the news. Don't know how you feel about them at all. With the first one being Lord of the Rings. What's his name? Zaslav. What's his name? Zaslav. Coming out talking about that. What are your thoughts on that? You guys got any thoughts?
None.
0.
Zip.
Yeah, you guys aren't into fantasy. What am I talking about?
I was impressed with the Jackson stuff.
Zaslav.
You've heard about this, right, Gray?
Who loves Zaslav? Where's the love for Zaslav? I don't know. I heard about it, but it's like, what can they make? What stories can they make?
Well, apparently they want to go like way back in the history of stuff, like just do what Amazon's trying to do, but better, I guess.
But properly.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've read The Children of Hurin, and if they can pull that off, just like without fucking it, I mean, that would be great. That was a great story. I never read.
That'd be good too.
Yeah.
I really never read any other Tolkien before, and what sold me on it was the audiobook read to me by Sir Christopher Lee. And
the Children of Hurin.
The Children of Hurin. And
he's so good, Eric.
I fucking love it. Just being immersed with Christopher Lee, hanging out with him for a few hours.
Every time that he pops up in a Tim Burton movie or something too, those characters just great, fantastic. Man.
Oh gosh, I'm catching up on all of his Hammer stuff. Him and Peter Cushing. I'm like, this year I'm getting all the Frankenstein movies, and I think I'm only missing 2 of the Christopher Lee Dracula movies, the Hammer ones. Those are magnificent really great slices of nostalgia and of British cinema. British cinema is a beast unto its own. God bless you. Without British cinema, there would be no Star Wars.
There'll be no sexy ladies with nice boobs. So.
Speaking of that, did you guys see Bruce Campbell's tweet?
No.
Okay,
No.
watch this. I'm gonna share it with you. I actually replied to it. Oh, damn it! Let me find this. Bruce Campbell.
Groovy.
I don't think he's like a crazy.
Groovy, Eric.
Like he's
So
tweeting
good.
all the time, so he's probably Bruce Campbell.
awesome.
Here we go. Okay, I'm going to share this real quick. Let's check this out. It should be down here pretty soon. Oh, here we go. Already got it. Boom.
Oh.
All right, let's share this. Present. This is you guys are gonna have a good laugh at this one. Here it is, Bruce Campbell. Can I go full screen?
Hello.
Oh yes, I.
Oh no, not
Didn't
this
you
one.
share this?
How do I do this?
I already saw
Yeah.
this one, from the
Yeah,
horror
someone
films.
shared this.
I
Yeah.
follow them, but Hammer
so good.
Films only
No,
use the breast.
you read it up here. It says this: Hammer Films only use the breast.
The breast actress is available.
This is
And I
very
Nice.
replied to him, and mine's of course is corny because I'm not gonna do this kind of stuff. Did I quote tweet it? Maybe I did. Yeah, I did right here. Hammer Films made perfect use of juxtaposition as well. Juxtaposition. There we go.
Oh,
Ha ha ha.
my goodness.
Yeah.
Joker
Let's
bust.
Let's have a look at that that picture again, though. All right, here we go. There we go.
Oh,
Caroline Munro for the win.
number
Which
2,
one's
the
that?
second one.
She's
Second
Oh,
one,
second,
yeah,
it's
dear
next
Lord.
to Stephanie Beacham. Who's
black
that?
and white. She was amazing, wasn't she?
Fucking
Oh my
Stephanie
God.
Beacham, man. Oh wow.
Caroline Munro as well.
Yes. I love watching Star Crash. I just
Oh God.
love watching. I want to get Sin Mad just to look at her. She's just. God.
quite
The
like
most
this one,
revealing
too.
is the bottom line, Ginger. The bottom
Oh,
line.
dude, that's
the
the one I love
second
right there.
from the
I'm
left.
all about this one right
Look
here.
at her.
Here,
Look
I'm
at
just
her.
gonna- Yeah, she's
Wow.
awesome. There's
Titillating.
actually a little bit of
She's almost
exposure
popping
right
out
here.
there, isn't she?
No, it is. Enhance. Enhance.
Zoom in.
And yeah,
I need the
mean,
Blade Runner. Enhance.
Eric, you got to forgive us, mate. It's late night in Japan over here, so I'm sorry, mate. I'm
hello.
sorry.
Oh no, this is
All right.
this is the natural human response and seeing, we're of an age.
Yeah,
we grew up
this is
looking
me.
at these women like ooh.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to take this down before I get a nosebleed here.
Hello.
There we go.
Anime
Yeah.
nosebleed.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, so that's what's on tap for tonight. Storm,
Yeah,
and
I just
I'm
wonder-
hoping, but I
Right.
think I'm going to do this in watercolor tonight, just because I don't know if I have the energy to do a full like acrylic one, and just my attention span is I'm not going to do the big. Well, for any of you who've seen Lady Balefire, she's actually commissioned me to do something for her, and I've been working on that this late, and hopefully I'll have that done within the next week before the Comic-Con starts for her to start showing that off. So that's something else I've been working on. So be on the lookout there. Yeah, it's been fun working on it's been working on stuff like that. I just love doing any kind of commission work, just making people happy with. Oh, that's a good Storm picture too.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. There we go. Okay. Oh no, there it is. That's the one. Oh, that's hot too. All right. Oh yeah, it's kind of like that. This is the look I'm kind of looking for right here. I'm going to present this again. Here we go. Share screen. There we go. All right. Yeah. Kind of like there we go. Just like from that angle. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah,
I like
so
the way
that
that
is
it's working there.
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah.
That's her Bronze Age, Copper Age look.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that look.
So
What
no,
are your
our Copper
guys'
Age look would be
preferences?
Nice use of cape. I like the cape
Yeah.
in this.
Yeah, and
We still
that's what I was talking about. That steel ring at
Yeah.
her thorax. You know what I mean? And the follow me home boots. There's like definite like
Follow me home boots.
there's some kink going on in there. I see
I
it.
got you. I got you. Well, if you look at it too, her cape's actually attached to her wrists.
Yeah, that's pretty
So
cool.
that
Yeah,
also like kind of
weird.
thing on there.
And
Yeah,
the
now-
tiara.
The cape's
Yeah.
not blocking anything, Ginger. That's important. It's not hiding
Yes,
anything.
yes, exactly. Swipe at Amazon because our people couldn't secure the rights. Yeah, they're shoving it in their face. I don't know if they're actually going to go through with it or not. I wonder if they do. It'd be interesting to see. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Do you
Keep this
do you see
here.
Ginger? Do you see that as a bit of an what's the word politely an FU to Amazon that they're
Oh, I
doing
don't even know
because
if
it's
it's
like
polite
Amazon
or
just
not.
blew it. You know, they blew it big time. So okay, HBO Warner's just say okay, we're going to make our own version and we're going to make it right.
Yeah, that's not even a shot across the bow. That's like straight up, like a missile underneath the water
Yeah.
sub style. Just boom, taking care of them. They're done. Like, makes you wonder,
Bye
like,
bye.
what? Oh, somebody heading out? Sorry, I can't see.
No. It's me saying bye bye to Amazon. Bye.
Oh, bye bye to Amazon. I was like, oh,
You
somebody
you
heading out
tried,
here?
didn't you? You tried hard, but you
Yeah,
blew
yeah.
it.
You didn't even try hard. You just
No.
you thought you could buy something up and then just put your name on it and go, hey, look, we got it. I'm still convinced that the whole deal was made because Jeff Bezos was on a boat somewhere with 20 hot ass models from all over the world, and they're like, you know what? I just want to see if you can make like a Lord of the Rings thing. I love Lord of the Rings. It's like, okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll do it. And
Yeah, I can do
and then he
that.
ended
I'm
up
the
doing that.
richest guy in the
Yeah,
world.
yeah. I got a spaceship shaped like a penis, so I could do pretty much anything. And figured out the hard way. It was but maybe it was all worth it. He probably I got laid by some kind of Swedish model group and whatever. So
Ginger, we got someone in private chat. I think Bandit's here.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Is he there? Oh, there he is. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Morning, all.
Are you getting it?
Hello.
Hey,
Are
morning,
you
man.
getting it?
Oh, you really getting it?
Yes, I'm getting it.
Are you getting
it?
You have
What's
your
up?
own intro music there.
Bandito.
Oh, come on.
Dude, if Bandito
Come
was
on,
ever,
man.
if Bandito was a mixed martial artist or a boxer or a wrestler, and he had like
Ooh.
that what is it, the walkway music?
The
What is it
walk-up
called?
music.
Walk-up music. It would be
Yeah.
Armageddon, Def
Dude,
Leppard, without a doubt.
that's great.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay, I kind of agree with you right here. I think it's just like them just saying, hey, Amazon, we're on the radar now. Nobody loves you anymore. So yeah, I don't think they're actually. I don't even know if they're actually going to end up doing it at all or not. But I think they're just going to. It's so hard to guess. Like so many people say they're doing something and they never do it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I don't know.
Well, they do have. Well, they do have Peter Jackson on their side, and
Yeah.
they also have the rights to the prequels that J.R.R. Tolkien wrote.
Well, there you go. Then it's on Donkey Kong.
Yeah, because they have like the rights to Baron and Luthia,
hmm
or even the Cimmerillion, which told the story about three jewels,
Hair of
the
dog.
war of the three jewels, and it even tells about the fall of Numenor, and yeah, everything. If they do like a mini series, it'll be far beyond better than the
Oh
than
yeah.
than the shit that
The shit show.
the shit show that Payne and McCade actually did.
Hold on a second. Let me try to. Pop Acre, thanks again for chatting that audio or something. Okay. Yes. All right. Yeah, I'm just thanking the Sport King right here for giving us a nice, good old shout out
Mm.
on the Tubish, on the Twitters. Sorry. Whew. Yeah, it'd be nice to see some good fantasy out there, though. Some
Yeah.
quality fantasy. I mean, I'm more. I would say that I'm more of a fantasy guy than I am sci-fi, but I love them both to death. You know what I mean? But just like a smidgen more fantasy. Like I'll reread fantasy books over and over and over again. And sci-fi, I can
I just
Wanted-
found a
yeah,
really comprehensive
Dune.
storm page for you. I dropped it in
Oh,
the
yeah?
private chat.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
check
did?
it out
Okay,
real
cool.
quick. You're gonna love it. This is what you are looking for. I love
Yes.
one-
Yes.
1, 2, and 3 are great. I mean,
Okay, let's just pop this up. Present this.
but one is that like, who is the most iconic storm?
Yeah, like for me, we've even got that Valkyrie storm in
I
there.
love that Valkyrie storm. Yeah,
Well, I like the illustrations of all of these. These are just perfect illustration styles. They're great. I'm for these three, 1 and 2 for me. With
Mhm.
one up, like I one one for me in this group of three. One for me. I don't know. What about you guys?
I love 2 and I love
2?
1.
Yeah.
And I love 7. And but also 6 because that age that Jim Lee had them all back in the classic school costume, even Wolverine.
Yes.
I love that age with Forge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
Forge.
Yes.
I forgot about Forge. I love
Mhm.
Forge, dude. Forge was great.
Uh-huh. But I love 7 too because that's the animated series look as well.
Yeah.
The Jim Lee look. So that
I've-
works for me too. Hope we don't get struck because I'm pitch perfect.
I know, man. That was like,
uh,
I have to have a talk with YouTube about that one.
Oh my goodness.
oh,
What is this?
while I was
Go on.
getting ready, I heard that you wanted to do like a comic book with no dialogue. Do you get?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Do you at all remember the that Nuff Said event that Marvel had a few years ago?
Oh man, I don't know.
No, I
It
don't. I
was-
remember Enough Said from there was Enough Said that was done in 2001, 2002. So there's a really good new X-Men by Grant Morrison and Frank Quitely that it's done that way. It's Emma Frost and Jean Grey entering Charles Xavier's mind while he's comatose to find him. So yeah, it's no dialogue and it's all pre-emoticon use of emoticon stuff.
Yeah,
Really, you know.
and this is the Nuff Said was actually had all the major comic books that with no dialogue at all. They had like they had like they had like Elektra, they had Spider-Man, Daredevil, the X-Men, the Avengers, and they had a lot of their main books with no dialogue whatsoever. So they would use the actions and the entire and the way that the characters would look at each other as basically the way of storytelling. And I think comic books lost that type of storytelling.
Maybe, but I think that okay, I was just talking about on my today's video I cut before I came aboard. This week came out Superman #1 by Mark Waid. Not by Joshua Williamson, sorry, but it's really good. Yet there are at least like 4 pages of I'm sorry, it is Mark Waid, and it's World's Finest #12, brand new issue. It's a date scene between Dick Grayson Robin and Kara Zor-El Supergirl, and they have a bad date, and it's a really charming standalone issue. But there are 5 pages in a row of talking over dinner, and and not having dynamic action scenes.
Yeah, but one of the things there are some comic books that have like one of them is I could think of is Vita Ayala's Children of the Atom #1, and it was when one of the the Cyclops cosplayer was talking to the evil white jock about the racism with mutants, and the whole conversation was just like they had two or 3 pages with 4 to 6 panels each page, and it was just a conversation. I mean, that works on film. That works great on film, but it doesn't work great on a comic book.
Yeah,
And
I'm with you there. And it's like we call that what the CW style of writing. I also see a lot of that in The Sopranos. I just watched Sopranos again, but there are very few and far between like action adventure scenes, and there's a lot of character melodrama over eating and food in Sopranos. I mean, so
yeah.
I'm thinking maybe Sopranos is more to blame for these endless, like, pedestrian scenes in our superhero stories.
The gabagool, the gabagool.
The gabagool. Hey, Destroy Adele. What's wrong with you, Chrissy?
Hey!
Oh.
well, the last scene took place over dinner.
It did.
Yeah.
Good point.
Exactly. I mean, for even David Chase, I'm a huge fan of Sopranos. I've read a lot about it, and Chase even says that like the big theme is family, food, eating. It just the food is a theme in the entire show. Like David Chase can tell you what you ate for dinner on any business meeting because he loves food. He can't remember where his car keys are, but he loves food. So this really comes across in Sopranos. It does. It's magnificent. Yeah.
Hey, random. Well, not random actually, but would you like to see some nice Storm cosplay?
Ooh, love cars. Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, of course.
There you go.
Always.
There you go.
Hello.
Wow.
She
This
looks
is
great.
professional wrestler Jade Cargill. She's
Look at those thighs. Jesus.
Yeah.
Save lives.
She does like she's a professional wrestler, right? And then she does some lots of cosplay as well. Okay, man. Anger's got a dip.
Oh.
All right. Is he still
my
on?
bad.
Okay.
I didn't mean to.
Okay, my bad.
Kill this
I'll
moment
stop
here.
sharing there. So, all right. Hey, you got to head out, bud.
Yes, sir. I got nothing to shout out. Thanks for letting me come on, and yeah, I got nothing really to shout out right now.
What about your dick? Your
dick?
No, your.
This is not family friendly. Sorry.
Your game. Your playing Fire Emblem.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it this weekend. I just haven't decided the time yet, so just be on the lookout. But I'll have to talk to you, Bandito, one of these days. I might want to do something with you in the future, so I'll hit you up privately.
Yeah. Okay, I'm always up for it.
But yeah, it was good to see you, Eric. The radiance, always the radiance. And you too, Gray.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out tonight, bud. And we'll be seeing each other pretty soon, huh?
Yes, sir. It'll be a blast.
May will be here. It'll be here in no time at all. Especially when you get older, time flies by. Time just flies by. All right, man. Have a good one.
Well, yeah, thanks again. I'll see y'all.
Matane.
Bye-bye. All right.
Sayonara?
Sayonara.
Sayonara.
Sayonara. Hey, Keely Chow, don't feed those ducks too much. Well, actually, feed them as much as you want to. Don't bother me. Agreed. Yes, she killed that one. She did. Totally killed it. Abomination AG, have you... I'm so bad with names and stuff. I don't know if this your first time hanging out here. Am I missing this? If I have missed, I'm sorry. I apologize if I'm incorrect about that. But if this is your first time here, welcome. If not, welcome again. Sorry. Hello, Keely, and Keely with those ducks. Hope you're enjoying duck companionship there. All right. So I guess I'm going to go ahead and start getting ready to.
Let's get ready get ready.
Add this. Would you like me to add that, Gray?
Just before, yeah, I've got to drop soon as well, mate. I've got to get to bed, but check this out. Like, this is taken from one of the DC Comics Lazarus Planets.
That looks like Chris Burnham art, and that
is
looks
this
like
a big
Doom
ripoff of
Patrol.
Chainsaw Man or
Chainsaw
what?
Man,
Chainsaw
yeah,
Nun. Come on, look at that,
That's
Eric.
fun. Oh, come on, that's fun. Look at that. It's got you got some kind of like R. Crumb vibe going on to this. Absolute weirdness. This is Doom Patrol. This has got to be.
It's
Chris
a total
Burnham.
ripoff. Yeah, I know it's an Unstoppable Doom Patrol. It's a ripoff of Chainsaw Man.
They're trying
I'm
to.
unfamiliar with.
They're having a
Chainsaw Man.
dig at manga with this. What do you reckon?
Maybe, or maybe it's
Yeah.
just a straight. Maybe it's just a. Chris Burnham's a
But-
pretty good artist. I mean, just maybe it's just homage.
Even if they do,
Homage. Because I was looking forward to this new comic. It's coming out. It's part of the DC, the Dawn of DC, isn't it, Eric?
Yeah.
The Unstoppable Doom Patrol, which I was a big fan of when I was younger. Grant
gonna check
Morrison's
it out.
run was so great.
I love Chris Burnham's art. He's a lot like Frank Whiteley, and he's worked a lot with Grant Morrison. I mean, there was a grotesque thing he did called Nameless. It was like torture porn. It was terrible. It wasn't familiar. It was not Grant Morrison's finest work, and it could have been Chris Burnham's finest work, but it's very like, man, if you ever seen that like 17th century like hell art by, in the Renaissance, like it looks like that
on the like Black Sabbath album covers. That kind of thing.
yeah, but more porny though. It's just it's really torture porny.
What do you think of this style? Do you like this? Is it a reference to manga style? Do you think from DC? Nani? Nani?
No, I just I like some of what's going on within the cloth and stuff there. I like what's going on there.
I'm not sure about the colors for a start.
No, I don't like these kind of colors, but that's just me. Maybe people like these kind of colors, but I'm just kind of, I don't know. This is one of the reasons I stopped reading comics a lot, is because they just got. I'd have to go out there and search for stuff that I found on like the spinner rack. It just all started looking, wasn't my cup of tea, and then and that's why I am a kind of a newbie when it comes to comic book stuff, and maybe it's just the artist in me. I have to have like good looking art for me to get invested in it. Even if it has a great story, I still really have to like enjoy the art as well. And so that's a long answer to a short question. No, I'm not particularly.
No, it's good. I just want to hear your take. Yeah, good man.
Not particularly like gravitating towards this one, but
yeah. Well, don't read the new Robin line. Tim Drake Robin. Oh God.
I bought an old Robin. I got a 1984, probably the second appearance of Jason Todd in the Robin uniform. And oddly enough, he starts his career as he ended it, being viciously beaten up by a Batman supervillain. In his first appearance, Robin gets badly beaten up by Crazy Quilt.
I thought one of the first appearances he was like stealing Batman's wheels or tires from his car, wasn't it? But that wasn't the official first appearance. That was one of the later ones.
That's the post Crisis on Infinite Earths. Yeah, and that's it. So that's Jason Todd rebooted, and so that's iteration now. So with the original Jason Todd was a more likable, easygoing, and kind of like a Dick Grayson clone, not a literal clone. Dick Grayson selected Jason, was like, "You are Robin now." And you go and be with Batman. I'm Nightwing, and it was But yeah,
good luck with the cleaning there, Mrs. Flu. I hope that
Mrs. Flu.
Mrs. Flu is a huge supporter, man. I can't tell you. I was actually on a stream with her on Floral's show, and she said she was all fangirling over me and everything, but it was like opposite. I was like
opposite.
Yeah, I was like, I don't feel like I'm worthy enough to be on the same stream with all you people, so just
we are not worthy.
I'm not worthy. They say we are judge books by their covers and inside art. Yeah, I get, that's just how it is. And if you've got like a foil cover, I'm buying you.
I like holograms.
Yes, holograms. You're sold. Like I said.
AJ, me too, mate. I was always always going to comics from the art. That was a big thing for me. I was big into the art. I wanted to be an artist, but Jinja, unfortunately, I wasn't good enough.
Yeah, it's. Well, I'm still working my butt off to get to somewhere. I feel like I've got
practice.
I will never ever stop practicing or trying to improve. But that's what it's all about. It's all about the journey, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it always is.
Yeah. I was just want to, in case you guys are wondering why I'm doing this a lot with my paper, I'm actually using some arches. I don't know what the correct pronunciation. Watercolor paper from France, and I was looking up here because if you get it in the light, you can see the watermark.
You can see the watermark.
Yes, I love that, dude. Like having a paper where you see the watermark, it just makes you know you're working on good paper.
Appreciate.
Vive la France.
Arches has got the best paper. Their paper is by far supreme.
We invented democracy and the ménage à trois.
Le ménage à trois. Je ne comprends pas le ménage à trois.
You Ricky Bobby.
Put those two together, and you have Mr.
Say you love crepes, and I will let your arm go.
Je vais bien. Merci.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and get ready for this here. I'm going to have the mic and stuff on.
To get ready.
And,
Okay, Jinja, like, don't worry about anything like outros, but I've got to drop, mate. I'm going to head to bed.
Man, yeah.
So great to catch up with you. I'm glad you're feeling better, mate. I'm really glad.
Yeah,
oh my God, I've gone huge. What's going on here?
That's
really good to catch up with
Japan,
Eric as well. Eric O'Sullivan.
Hello,
I'm
buddy.
big in Japan. I'm big in Japan. Is that Tom Waits? Is that right?
All right. Thanks, Wacky. Appreciate it, bud.
Eric,
And,
Bandit to Bane, Ginger, great to see you. Great to catch up, mate.
Catching up in May if you're going to be in the
hope so.
Osaka area. You
Yeah,
got to get
I
out
need
there,
to
man.
get that sorted. Yeah.
And
So, maybe
make it
Mrs. Wakazashi will let me go, but you know what? It doesn't matter. I'm
It
going.
Bring the princesses. Maybe you'll,
She's like, comics? Comic books? Come on. I'm from the country that invented manga. What are you talking about, you comic books?
You comic books.
Uh-oh. Did you get the stare? Okay. Goodbye. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get this set up. Feel free to vamp and talk about whatever you would like.
I am going to ask my Pikachu for life advice right now. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everyone on the spectrum of humanity that resides within, I hope you too can get yourself a stuffed animal to talk to when you're at your darkest and lowest moments. You're always going to get the right advices. Why? Because you're talking to yourself. Thank you very much. We're here all the week. Yeah, tip your bartenders. You try the veal. The Wiener Schnitzel is very good. Yeah. How you been? How's it going over there in San Jose? Correct?
No, I live in the North Bay. It's a small town. It's a small town. I live in a small town just north of San Francisco, like somewhere between San Jose and Sacramento.
I had a girlfriend who was from Marin, from San Rafael.
Really?
Yeah, it was nice hanging out in San Francisco there. Yeah, it was really sweet. Was it Mill Valley?
No, I live in Solano County.
Oh yeah, no, I mean there, like Marin County, like that's Mill Valley kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah, I mean it was pretty nice. I ate it at Denny's. I had a BLT on sourdough, and it was the best sourdough I've ever had in my life. My mouth's puckering right now just thinking about the sourdough that I had at Denny's. Just on your way into the city, it's right there.
Of course, it's gonna have the best sourdough. The sourdough factory is located in San Francisco.
Yeah, no. Oh, whoops! I got to see Napa Valley. That was nice. I got to see the Mondavi Estate.
Yeah,
Napa's beautiful. San Francisco is really nice. It reminded me of Boston a lot, like natural streets. This old city. It just had like more pastel colors, and going to get an It's down at the Safeway, the Marina Safeway. That was a big deal.
Yeah. Just thinking about San Francisco right now. I saw a preview. I saw a review of Ant-Man from the Drinker.
Mm-hmm.
From the Drinker, and it was like his daughter. Yeah.
What do you say?
Daughter.
Fuck off, film.
Oh boy. The Drinker.
I've got two, three things to say to the Ant-Man tree. Fuck off, film. Something like that.
Yeah, he was talking about Casey Lang, the daughter of Ant-Man.
Stature?
Yeah, Stature.
Cassie Lang?
Yeah, Cassie. And he was like, he was like, one of the things was her ego that ruined the film for him, because she basically was telling her dad off, saying, what have you done lately for the people?
Oh.
And he's like, it's
Martini.
like, holy sheep shit.
Hello.
Things just got real.
See how fast I did this time?
Yes, it has. It has gotten real.
Oh,
and I just woken up.
Hide your daughters.
Wow, that sounded predatory.
No. He's like, I was just like, I think he's gonna look at your girl and give her thick thighs and just massive bust and just. No, he's not objectifying. He's relishing the beauty of womanhood. This is true.
It just doesn't sound. It just sound, you just make me sound like a predator.
No, I didn't. It's a terrible thing to think of.
All right. I welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
It's been good, man. It's been
whoops. Wrong button.
God, how long has it been?
A
week?
I don't know. It feels like
I think it's been forever.
Yeah. Like I was sick there for a bit, so
this is true.
About a week, and then it felt like I took off longer than that. But when I look back at it, it was like only 1 week off. But it felt like the week before that I couldn't give it my best, so it felt like I was off for 2 weeks because I was just doing that light.
But it felt like an eternity.
It did, an eternity. I missed you out. But before I switch over to art cam here, I just wanted to, I dabble a bit in the woodworking as well, and I just wanted to show because I'm trying to prepare for these Comic Cons, and I don't have a lot of space to work with. So you get like one table at most venues, and you have to like fill it up with merch, but you also have to have like a drawing area. So I'm trying to economize my space by making these displays for my postcards and stuff. So I just wanted to show everybody what was going on here. First one I did was for my postcards here.
Nice.
Nice little display.
I saw your post on Twitter about that.
From an old MDF painting I had on MDF artboard. And I was like, I don't like the painting, so I just destroyed it and turned it into something that it's got these on there. So that's one. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do one for my A4 size prints. So I did the same thing for my prints as well.
Nice.
This one. And so there's the painting on it, the old painting that I didn't like. So it's actually still on. It's an abstract piece, but I just kind of left it on there like that. It's kind of interesting.
That's nice.
You know?
That is
so
nice.
That's and all of these, it's got plexiglass in here, and you got all these because I did on my table saw where you cut these thin lines in here, and so they've got plexiglass. So if you take them all out, you can see the plexiglass. Oh, boobs.
Hello.
Whoa, now.
So there's the plexiglass in here. Hello. Oh, there's a butt. That one's actually. I sold this one recently.
Censor it now.
No, it's fine. YouTube tried to do that to me once, and then I showed them a video of naked yoga, and they said, "Okay." Yeah,
I remember when you did that one.
Whenever I try that.
Oh no, that's what I did. Like so it was the first video basically I put up, and they tried to take it down. And I said, there's see all these slots in here. These are cut at like a very 2 millimeter height to the table saw, so that you could stick the plexiglass in there. There you go. Construction. I like to do this kind of stuff as well too. So, but no, I just told them straight up. I was like, hey, look, and I sent the video links. Like you have people who are, and this is done in the name of art. And you have people who do naked yoga, and you have like artist models who are nude, and so if that's okay, then I think this should be okay too. And then, and I got a response immediately. Basically said, "Oh, yep, that's cool," and then I haven't had a problem with it since then.
That's cool.
So,
see, every time I try to, I still get the yellow dollar sign of sadness.
Oh, that's. Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds so sad.
No,
maybe the person who's in
limited
charge.
ads. I'm like,
Have a yellow smile of happiness, Pika.
Or in Twitter's case, I get marked as sensitive content.
Yeah, God, I hate Twitter.
Aww.
So you guys are going on about about Quantumania.
Yeah.
I haven't talked about it yet. Like I haven't watched. The only thing that I've watched MCU since I didn't even watch Endgame. I finished at Infinity War. Didn't watch Endgame. Didn't watch anything after that. I watched like 3 episodes of WandaVision. That was it. I just stopped.
Here's something that always got me. Why is Wanda now considered a villain, even after all the stuff that happened in WandaVision? And
I mean,
Interesting topic.
yeah, there are no such thing as villains anymore.
Yeah, this is the thing that I get. The same thing happened to Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man 2, and yet he's still
Don't
considered
get me
a
started
villain.
on Spider-Man. Sorry.
Well, he's still considered a villain too. I mean, he did crimes. He did crimes so he could create like a more cleaner energy, and he was mentally broken because of what happened to his wife, and the AIs were taking over his mind, and
Right.
yet the same thing happened to Wanda in WandaVision, and they're like, oh no, Wanda's not a villain, and like, oh shit, she enslaved these people, and then she tried to and then she tried to strangle them because they wouldn't do it. They were saying they were confronting her for what she did.
Mm.
And the one line that got me was when Photon said that these people will never understand what you sacrifice for them, and I'm like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh no. Go ahead. You go ahead. You're probably got a better point than me.
I got 2 things I want to bring up. And this, I'm gonna throw this at Eric and at Jinja.
Mm-hmm.
And this is about Quantumania. Do you remember the old book back from the all new, all different era? Do you remember the Unstoppable Wasp?
Yeah.
With Nadia Van Dyne?
Uh-huh.
That's what this is reminding me of.
Yeah. My knowledge on comic books stopped around the late 90s, early 2000s.
Okay.
So
It was all. This was back in 2017 during the all new, all different. One of the many of the canceled. It was in that line with the horrible America Chavez, Squirrel Girl, Riri Williams, Iron Man, which was not before Iron Heart. That era. The era that spawned channels like You Boy Zach and such like that.
Oh, just to let you know, Eric's throwing something on the kettle right now. So if he's not responded, that's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
And 2, at this point, I don't ever want to hear anything about Spider-Man for a long time, considering the crap they just pulled in the comics right now.
Oh, where now he looks at her like a sister or something.
I'm like,
yeah.
Can we curse on the stream?
Yeah,
of course
go
you can.
ahead.
Fuck shit, pussy asshole.
FUCKU. Go fudge yourself.
Fuck Dan Sloth. I mean, Dan Sloth said that he considers like Gwen Stacy to be Spider-Man's one true love, but even Stan Lee thought that Mary Jane was the one.
She is.
And this
crap, and I remember I was watching Wes's video yesterday about that, and I'm like, I understand that this was a mandate. This was added by the editors or the higher ups of Marvel, and you can't blame the writer for this, but still, The writer should have stepped up and said, "No, this is how. No, why would in any multiverse would Peter see Mary Jane as like a sister?"
Yeah.
And on top of that, that's just effing disgusting. I'm like, okay, so you see her as a sister, but you banged her though.
Yeah, maybe some
went
some,
down
maybe
on
some
you.
projecting there.
I'm sorry. That's that is really.
Yeah.
Marvel is really creepy.
Marvel
Illing on themselves.
No wonder they're losing out to manga. Yes. I mean everything that they're they keep saying that they wanna do this for the audience, and yet
okay. I want you to I want you to ask me, and Jinja, I want you to ask me a real honest question here. Can you name me one person in the audience who wants this sisterly sibling relationship between Peter and MJ? Find me one person.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
Jinja's away from not there right now.
See, everybody's away every time I rant. Yeah. That's what I'm afraid of. That's what's like. Everybody's like, hit the deck. Into their bunkers every time I start ranting.
There we go. All right.
Jinja, did you hear my question?
No, I missed it. Sorry, I had to go grab my paintbrushes. They were in the other room.
Okay.
What's up?
Okay, so if Bayonetta was bringing up this, like, Marvel is trying to like appeal to their audience, and I'm like, can you find me one person who would want to see Peter seeing MJ as like a sister?
I think you could
find me one person. I'll wait.
I think you could find plenty of people in a certain demographic. Yes, plenty of people amongst a very, very small percentage of the population, if you know what I mean.
Yes,
a very, 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 very small, but they exist, and those are probably the people who are actually, like I said, it's projecting. It's like probably stuff that they're into, or stuff that's happened to them, and they're just trying to make it okay.
There's stuff that I'm into that I don't project about.
Well, of course you don't want to, because you like to keep it secret and not throw it out there for everybody. But some
like
of the people,
everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I've always hated about the current Marvel or even the DC. They think they want to chase an audience.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Did you see? Did you hear about? Did you see Green Arrow's newest costume?
The new costume for the Green Arrow? No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Let me look it up.
Yeah. Green Arrow's got a new series, running a new costume, and it's like, okay, it's everything. It's like, okay, so are we bringing back every bad design trope from the 90s? Because that looks like something straight out of the 90s, and I mean bad 90s comic designs.
Who are we talking about here?
Green Arrow.
Green Arrow.
Ah. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so where were you going to see the multiple pouches on him? I'm sorry, let's go there. If we're going to get...
Yeah, it's really weird to see what's trying to be normalized, if you know what I mean. It's definitely not my cup of tea. All.
Nor Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, which that looks like it's going to be an absolute dumpster fire, and I expect better from Rocksteady.
Yeah.
I expect way more from Rocksteady than this. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going on a tangent here.
Oh, darn it.
I'm so happy to be back. You can tell.
Yeah, last
Yeah,
week.
this is like this is why I just don't give anything. I'm very, very pressed for time as it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like if I see anything and it looks like remotely like it's going to be crap, I just turn it off. And I
It's
don't even
not worth your time.
Yeah. I mean, I actually enjoyed the first episode of Last of Us.
Okay.
I watched it and I enjoyed it, and I felt a little scared. I was like, "Ooh, this is pretty good." And then the second episode was like, that was weaker, but I understand, it's going to be like that." But then the third episode happened. I was like, "I'm out."
Is it the one with Bill and Frank?
Yeah, and it's not
Yeah,
that I'm
they really strayed very far away from the games on that
it's
one.
not that I'm against what like, any kind of homosexual couple or anything like that. It's just like I knew what was happening, and I knew what was being done.
It's just and it's something that it kind of my issue with that episode in particular is kind of a general thing that
it didn't work. It didn't work. It was like
it's not just that it's not just that it didn't work. It's also the fact that something that your boy Zach was bringing up was that there's this trend with fiction in TV and movies and such that you cannot depict. You can only depict an LGBT couple as
a certain way.
this storybook romance. It always has to have a happy ending. There's no like actual problems. It's
right, exactly.
It's patronizing. It's patronizing, and
that's how I felt when I was watching it. Was like it feels like I'm watching some kind of like Hallmark episode or something that's really, really like corny, very corny, and it's
because it's much different in the game. Actually, it is very dark in the game. I think what it is that I forgot if it was Bill or Frank, but one of them, and I think it was Bill or Frank, but one of them got infected because they got some of the premise right with you have I think it was either Bill or Frank who built all these traps and such,
right?
And they found each other during the outbreak and been surviving that way. What happened was that I guess it's a case where you stayed on for so long. It's like, okay, I think it is a case where it's like, if you're in a relationship with somebody who's so introverted that they're afraid of leaving the house, and it's been like that for years,
right?
You become very the relationship becomes very sour.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was kind of the subtext in the game that they didn't one of them wanted to get out because they've been stuck there for years because they've been they felt safe and protected there,
right?
And there seemed to be some kind of animosity between the couple at the time.
Yeah.
Well, in the game, I forgot if it was either Bill or Frank, but one of them did get infected and they
killed themselves.
Hung themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Frank.
It was Frank. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
so Frank, and he leaves a letter, and it's just basically saying he says "fuck you, Bill" at the end.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, because the part was because Frank was probably very tired of the fact that Bill was wanted to stay here. When Frank was like, if this was driving him crazy.
Yeah. It's like
that's actually really dark, and I'm like,
yeah. I mean that, like, I didn't play the game, so I didn't know what was going on. So I could watch it from like a newbie's point of view. So I'm appreciating it for what the series is giving to me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I just found that episode to be. It was exactly patronizing. Patronizing is such a good word for it because it felt like this isn't real. And then you've got them running around.
It's not real. Even it's not real.
Right.
It's not real. And we're not trying to like I'm not trying to like bring anything down here. But even like you could show them. You could show any like normal LGBT couple this
Right.
episode, and they could probably tell you that that's not how it works.
What is it? What is the verisimilitude? Is that how you pronounce it? Verisimilitude?
Verisimilitude. I never heard that.
Verisimilitude, having the appearance,
Thank you.
having the
Sorry.
appearance looking or being true.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
if you don't have that, then it pulls you out of the story.
Yeah, it pulls you out because it's too. But
Yeah.
the thing is that I noticed that it is a trend in that you're too afraid to depict an LGBT couple as like any other couple. They have problems. They have issues they have to deal with.
There is
it's
a movie,
storybook fairy tale,
Yeah, there's a movie that kind of like addresses those issues exactly. It's called, and I cannot remember the name of it for some stupid reason, but it's got Julianne Moore and it's got Mark Ruffalo and lady who's the partner to
Annette Bening.
Not Annette Bening. What's her face? Who's the guy who played in Shawshank Redemption?
Tim Robbins.
Tim Robbins' partner.
Oh, Susan Sarandon.
Oh,
yes,
Susan Sarandon.
So Susan Sarandon, Julianne Moore, and Mark Ruffalo star in this movie. It's about a lesbian couple who have 2 kids, and they got them from a sperm donor who was Mark Ruffalo. And Mark Ruffalo finds out that those kids are his, so he wants to visit them. And
the kid's all right.
The kid's all right. There you go. That's it. Thank you. And it's not your typical lesbian couple. It's just our gay couple that's portrayed now. It's like they've got lots of problems, like lots of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it felt real. It felt like, oh, this is a possibility.
Exactly.
But and it was an interesting story, and I watched the movie a long time ago. I don't know how it stands up.
But it's just
sorry, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but it's just like, and I completely understand that. I think that's where kind of my problem came from that episode. It was just that it's just way too pandering. It is way too much pandering, and it's like it's just I don't think I personally don't think that's how a gay relationship or any relationship would work like that, especially in a post-apocalyptic.
Yeah,
I get a feeling that it's. I don't watch it. I don't play the game, but the whole like, wow, it's the end of the world, and I'm stuck with you.
And that's what the game was. That's really what it was in the game.
Yeah,
because at the end of it, you're like, you know what? I just wanted to tell you on the way out, you fucking annoy me.
Well,
it's something like that,
Well, it's much more darker in the game.
Right.
It's more the lens of, I never liked you. I hated being here with you.
Yeah,
and that's before he had to, self-delete himself because he got infected.
Yeah. Speaking about The Last of Us, I do not like. I am dreading the moment that they bring Abby into the series.
Now, one thing I do want to, it's true, but one thing I do want to bring up is one of the later episodes, because I was watching Fat Steven play the first game, and one of the hardest scenes I had to watch, one of the hardest scenes in the first game, it's so hard to watch for me personally, is what happened to 2 supporting characters, or 2 side characters, both brothers, Henry and Sam. They met them along the way as they're trying to, as of course, Ellie trying to bring Abby. Joel's trying to bring Ellie to the Fireflies, and trying to, they're trying to bring him over to find Tommy. They come across 2 brothers who are kind of going that same route, and they've been trying to get through it through thick and thin, and it's a really great scenes, but it culminates to kind of one scene where they're having to fight off an ensuing horde, and they have to camp for the night. What happens is that Sam, the younger brother, he's been a bit worried, as he has this really good dialogue with him and Ellie. And one of the good lines is that, how are you how are you not scared about this? And Henry's like because he's like a kid. He's like I would say in the game he's like in his preteen. He's like in his early teens,
Yeah.
and he's like it's just like who says I'm not scared? But as and this is a dark scene because as they go to sleep, you find out that in the ensuing conflict, Henry got infected. As they head out to the next morning, Ellie tries to wake up Henry, and it turns out Henry became infected, and it led to a very hard moment for me to watch, which was Henry attacks Ellie.
Oh yeah.
Joel tries to shoot him, but Sam stops him. Sam puts his brother down, then blames Joel and Ellie for all of this, and then he self-deletes himself.
Yeah.
That scene is so hard for me to watch. Like, I cannot watch that scene again.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I was worried that they were going to do that they were going to mess that up in the adaptation, but for what I did here, they only made slight changes to Henry and Sam's story from the game to the TV adaptation with I think what it is that they made Henry deaf.
Yes.
Which is kind of odd. I feel like that was kind of another case of just kind of pandering a little bit, though, or just kind of.
I mean,
but they still kept. But from what I heard, they did kept most of the story intact, especially with how it ends.
Yeah.
It's
one of the things that I like about The Last of Us is that it shows that you can do a show based off a video game, going beat for beat, going beat for beat with what is given to you, and especially with a game like that, you just don't put any politics, you don't put any type of identity, except for maybe the third episode, identity in it, and you could show that it could be a compelling drama, which can not only bring fans around, but also normies. And
right now, I did. Sorry, go ahead.
And it always seems like a kick in the balls with every other video game television series that came out earlier, like Halo, for example. I mean, I talk to this with Angry Canadian sometimes, and he's a bigger Halo fan than I am. I only know about the games, and he's read the books, he's read the comic books, he's so deep in the lore, and he hated the series. He thought, and I'm like, yeah, it's like one of the things that Halo was known for was being humans versus aliens. Humans are on the brink of extinction, and they're fighting tooth and nail to survive, while in the Halo series, it seems more like an anti-military message. And excuse me. And they only seek to pander to the people who aren't.
Hey, Pacific.
Hey, what's up there, Pacific 414? How you doing there?
Yeah. They only seem to pander to people who aren't who aren't who aren't the original audience of Halo.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's how they've been doing with comic books, with video games, with D&D.
No,
that everything they're pandering to a specific audience, and you're forgetting the audience that you already have.
yeah. To be fair, it's now in your case, Jinja, like I did see Az's review, Az and J Theory's review of the latest episode, and that's with the part where Joel and Ellie do meet up with Tommy for the first time in like years.
Yeah.
And they said that that the kind of the part that made Az was saying, like the part that made him quit the show entirely was that it seemed that they were like low key advocating for
communism.
No, not communism, but
and the 14-year-old stuff.
Consent. Yeah, consent. Yeah.
I
I was like, I was like, I see what you're saying, because I think the age of consent laws still apply in a post-apocalyptic future. I think there's a morality behind it.
Yeah.
Well, it all depends.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm not okay. In Canada, the consent ages are a little different because
I know.
Years ago, you had Prairie Life, and Prairie Life is still a huge part of Canada. That's where, like, I believe, like the whole Cameron Stewart scandal, like he was taking advantage of those. He's Canadian and taking advantage of those Canadian mores, especially the age of consent, that reflect a Prairie Life from 100 years ago. So just like, what would new mores be? I don't think post-apocalyptic things would not follow the rule of law,
right,
such as we know today. Like Walking Dead was a great example of that.
Right.
Like I was into the comic book myself, but the little communities that would pop up and protect each other. I mean, so I think that ideas such as socialism, capitalism are bunk in the post-apocalyptic. I mean, this is where we can have the social experiments of science fiction, which are, in my humble opinion, So, but I'm not watching the show.
I do have a good point.
I'm not watching the show, so I don't see. I don't have a skin in this game to see like, hey, they're using messaging in their platform and they're agendering.
Right.
if that's a gerund, it is now. They're agendering.
Right. You're totally right on that one. You're definitely right on that one, Eric. And I know that's like I know age consent laws are different.
I mean,
in country to country.
What would you do? Would it become medieval? Would it become patriarchal? Would it become would it become back to revert to a society we had no less than 200 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, didn't in House of Dragon they wanted the king to marry a 12-year-old girl after the queen died?
This is.
And within the book itself too, it says that the kings, the underage royalty could not consummate until their 16th name day.
Right, and I would say that it was just from a general morality issue that is just really not good at all. But then again, it's a post-apocalyptic setting, so morality is kind of thrown out the window when you're trying to survive.
Any Battlestar Galactica fans out there?
Oh yeah.
Okay, one of the most heartbreaking things about the end of that show was that the shown Earth now, us, and we found the bones of Hera. And they said she didn't live beyond like 15 or 16 years old, and she already had a baby. But that baby was, genetic Eve, and that and as us. Yet that hard life of this, this civilization, I think, is the crux of this argument. What is civilization? This is post-civilization.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what. Here we go. Thank you.
I mean, one of the things that keeps bringing that it's right now they're in a everything's gone, and the only thing that they care about is survival, and even and in some in some and some of it is you just need to survive. You can't rely on morals or anything. Like it's like
you can't really trust anyone anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of like Mad Max.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great. I mean, there's some hard imagery in that movie.
There is.
Most notably,
there is.
When the in Act 3, when the hot blonde gets nailed by the crossbow dart and she falls lifeless, what happens next? That's horrible. And I was a kid when I saw that.
Yeah.
That was Road Warrior. Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I will admit I will admit that there was one thing that I did like about The Last of Us 2. And that was like early in the story. So and it showed that, you know, some time has passed between the events of 1 and 2, but it showed that they were actually rebuilt, that the setting where Joel and Ellie live in with her brother and such, like Joel's brother, they built basically a small town that showed that, okay, you can still build a civilization, you can still build a society. It just takes time in a post-apocalyptic world. It's just
and it takes communicates reverting back to something tribal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, your family bonds. You know, what are they? Are they? This is society. You have acceptable behaviors, unacceptable behaviors. Blah, blah,
I like
blah.
that. It's just something that just kind of I was smiling about.
Yeah.
And humans would become tribal.
20 years has passed in the movie, right? Or the show. So 20 years has passed. That's plenty of time for things to just kind of like, you know,
settle down. Things start settling down in a way.
But also to go away from what was the norm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That gives you plenty of time for things to go, which is why episode 3 felt very foreign to me. It didn't feel right.
Or
felt like they just stayed the same.
And I'm afraid to say that, you know, from watching kind of the first hour or so of The Last of Us 2, or hour and a half from Bats playing it, up until the point where
Abby goes Tiger
specific
Woods
scene.
Right.
You know, they focus. It's a lot less on survival and more on romance, or more on relationships and such like that.
Does anyone is anyone familiar with the Kevin Costner movie from 1997 called The Postman?
I get it.
I never watched it, to be honest.
Oh, it's based on a Cormac McCarthy novel, dude. I love Cormac McCarthy, and he fucking he's a madman, mad genius. And I have yet to read this one, but I saw the movie, and it's not that bad, in my humble opinion. But it also describes that America devolves into these tribal city-states. You know, so you have a fascist one run by the military dictator. And he said, "What were you before this apocalypse? I used to sell Xerox machines, and now I'm a leader of men." This kind of shit. You know what I mean? Really?
I remember that line. It's just something. I don't know why. It's just something I see that, and it's just like, okay. You know, they were to kind of make it through. It's like one of the. I realize a lot of anime games that I play are post-apocalyptic. One of them being Nikkei, which. The idea with that scenario is that picture something like Terminator. Picture something like Terminator where they don't nobody built Skynet. It's like they kind of fall from the sky, and it's like you have machines taking over, like a Terminator scenario, and the only way to kind of combat them was to build their own version of machines to kind of reclaim humanity's survival. And humanity had to go deep underground and build an entire civilization underneath the depths of a torn earth, where, you know, these raptures, these machines have taken over. You know, no, Paul is just trying to get survival. So but Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. It's just I'm happy to see kind of stuff like that, and having times. And me personally, personally at times I'm just, I don't know why I've gotten a little. I've gotten kind of tired of the post-apocalyptic scenario. That's just me personally.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking about The Last of Us 2, it reminds me of when Neil Druckmann, like with the build up to the game, Neil Druckmann. Yeah.
The leaks and how he got a firm to basically copy strike and take down everybody's.
I was thinking about how when Neil Druckmann was pandering to like a certain audience, and then that certain audience turned on Druckmann because he used a dead name on a character. And
that's all I care about.
And I'm like, who cares? It's post-apocalyptic. I don't think.
And Jay the Deep has a great point. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Oh, here we go.
Jay the Deep has a great point about that.
Okay, let me read this here. The most interesting questions raised by dystopian future fiction are to do with morality. Is our idea of right and wrong hardwired into us, or is it situational or cultural? I believe it's situational and cultural. Yeah. Well, the reason is because I think what also happens.
Great analysis, though.
With the ability, I mean, just think about entertainment. Okay, we have a lot of the entertainment we do because why? Because people have time to be entertained and to provide entertainment because, we're able to, we're industrialized. We're a society where we don't have to worry about a lot of those things that, because if you still go to other parts of the world, it's like you go to India, like you could be married off as like a 9-year-old. Because you don't have that, what's the word I'm looking for? Not peace, but it's
different. It's different because this is a Western society,
right? You don't have modernization.
You don't have those comforts, if you know what I mean.
Those are Western mores. I mean,
Western morals and such like that.
Yeah. And I'm seeing that this is wonderful seeing Storm come to life. It's great.
Oh,
look at it. Love her posture. I love her butt already and her bust. I mean, this is seriously not to sound like.
Well, I'm exaggerating a couple parts of it. I'm using her reference.
Which version?
Mother goddess.
Which version of Storm you doing?
I'll show you right now.
Because it looks like the iconic black outfit.
Yes. Hold on a second. Let me present this real quick.
Not the 80s one.
Chrome tab. I'm doing
X-Men outfit.
I'm doing this.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
It's a gorgeous outfit.
Yeah, I love this outfit. And then I don't think my friend will be angry if I share this because I'm going to be sharing it anyways with her. Well, she puts up all of her pictures on. I mean, what do you think? She puts all of her pictures up on Facebook.
Well, this is the lives. This is the art stream. It's just
Yeah, I want to kind of promote my friend as well because I'll just go to her Facebook page and I'll show her there. That's what I'll do. I'll just go to her Facebook page and I'll do it that way because this is to the public, Here we go. So this is Jayna Wilson. Just show this picture. There we go. This is a nice one of her.
No,
present. Share screen.
Share screen. And as we look at beautiful women.
Oh yeah. So friend Jayna.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello, beautiful.
She's pretty. Well, that's somebody's. Yeah. So there you go.
Hello there.
There you go.
Ooh.
Oh.
So her body is a work of art. She puts a lot of time and effort into it. You know what I mean? So I'm trying my best to.
Well, she
does a lot of
represent that artistically.
Exactly. Yeah. So she's just want her to. I think she's perfect for like a comic book character. She's got that kind of bod. You know what I mean?
It's absolutely perfect.
So
spot on.
I'm gonna try to do my best here to make that work.
I just saw that Green Arrow costume and I'm like, we left the 90s for a reason, dude.
Yeah, it's like a lot of the bad parts of the 90s of like 90s era comic designs.
Yeah, I mean, like some of the
like metal and green don't really mesh well.
Yeah.
Metal.
And then you got that kind of like that netting, like that netting, right? That like it looks like it's like powered netting, and it's like, dude, what the hell is that?
Yeah, see my point? See what I was saying there?
Yeah. I mean, I do like the 90s style comic books like your boy Zach did for what was his comic book?
You know, the one with the funny books in the
Is it
pages.
Jawbreak? It's not Jawbreakers, is it?
Yeah, Jawbreakers. I do like his 90s style of comic books and Jawbreakers, but that is just too angsty edgelord. Edgelord costume. And boy, it is bad.
Boy, oh boy.
Oh boy. I told you. Well, speaking of dystopian fiction, I dropped one of the. I read this recently. If you're not familiar with Octavia Butler, please allow me to introduce you to herself. She was one of the best sci-fi writers of the late 20th century, and wrote some scary ass shit. And it's called The Parable of the Sower, and there's also a second book to that as well. But she nails basically the Summer of Love 2020, written in the late 90s. It was the Parable of the Sower was published in 2000, I believe. So it just has the prescient power of science fiction, of well-written science fiction, and it's harrowing. And I would tell anyone to go read it because it's that good. It's just
that's awesome.
Octavia Butler is one of the she was. You talk about diversity and inclusion. She was a very tall black woman, and writing at a time where that wasn't she wasn't the usual face of science fiction, and God bless her for it. Wonderful writer. So if you like sci-fi and you like dystopian stuff, we'll give Octavia Butler a chance. Namaste.
I've heard that name before too.
Yeah, because we were talking about heartbreaking scenes in post-apocalyptic. So this is climate change. She was calling this was the 90s talking about climate change. So it's about it. There's a lot of current issues in this, and about how civilization is breaking down, and how one of the fixes for it was that people got together in an interpersonal, tribal way, and they heard stories of other communities over time, and the sad story of these two sisters that were faking that they were they had the plague, and they wouldn't, so therefore they were just kidding around. They were kids, but the society couldn't take a chance, so they killed them. You know what I mean? They had to put them down.
That famous, the fable, cry wolf kind of thing,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes, there you go. And but it was just one of these heartbreaking moments, how especially when young people meet unfortunate ends. That's real pathos. That's it. Pathos. Yes.
I haven't read the book, but I've seen the movie of Cormac McCarthy's The Road.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Ooh.
Wow.
I could only watch that once.
Fucking A.
Yeah.
It's like Schindler's
Good.
It's hard to watch. Yeah, it's like movies you can only watch. You can only stomach it once.
Yeah.
You only have so much to stomach. There's only so much we can stomach for one lifetime.
Yeah, it's just such a powerful film. And I think Viggo Mortensen did one of his best roles in that. It's just it's just so powerful. And Cormac McCarthy wrote this book for his son, and it just shows that it just shows what a man's willing to do to protect the ones he loves, especially in a world where law and civilization is gone.
Yeah, I mean, especially the sad subtext of why the wife killed herself. You know, why? What's going to happen to a woman? And hello, I mean, it's revolting to think about, and that's why maybe living in this now in this future where people are protected. Maybe it's it's we
too
might
much comfort.
Yeah. I mean,
It's kind of like that. It's that old. It's sadly that old analogy. Strong men make good times. Good times make weak men. Weak men make hard times make strong men.
I like Jordan Peterson's approach to that. Is like, if you're afraid of what strong men do, well, then will you get a hold of what weak men will?
Yeah.
That's a paraphrase, but
that reminds me of that TikTok I saw. A while ago about some kid, some guy crying in a Starbucks storeroom because he has to work an 8-hour shift. He has to work an 8-hour shift, and it's during their busiest time. And I'm like, what the fuck are you crying about? Why don't you? Why are you crying when the people who are picking the food that you get at Whole Foods have to work 12-hour shifts outside in the sun or in the freezing cold?
I'd just be grateful I got an 8-hour shift to work with.
Me too. Me too.
I get 40 hours a week. I get a good pay. I'm in a union. Talk about something tribal. I mean, that works. A union was like it's realistic.
It's kind of like the whole thing. It's kind of like the whole thing is like, say if I was struck and rich, I would still be having a day job or something. Still be having a day job just to keep the steady income.
Yeah, I think it's you got to keep yourself busy because what is it? There's that idle hands quote, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, idle hands are the devil's work.
Yeah.
You gotta keep
There he comes.
Keep yourself working. You gotta keep yourself doing stuff. I think there's that. There's a other thing. There's that other side of key life is if you were rich, what would you wake up and do every day?
Absolutely nothing.
No, not me. Not me.
You got that from Office Space.
Maybe not. You can't prove it, and you can't prove that I stole your red stapler either. What does this mean, phone feed?
Do them at the same time.
Exactly. There you go. There you go.
I'll tell you, Lawrence. Watch your cornhole. Watch your cornhole, Lawrence.
What would you do if you had $1 million? Do them at the same time.
I'd tell you what
dude, I'd be drawing like every day. I'd still be drawing like every day.
Oh yeah.
If I struck rich, I'd be drawing. That's my joy. That's what I would do. That's what I love.
I would invest most of it into my new Warhammer hobby.
Yes. Plastic.
I'd be working. I'd still be working, but I would. Yeah, that's shit. I'm drawing. This is what I live for. This is what I live.
Everything. Yeah. I mean, we do what we love. We do what we love because we love it. And
and in some cases it has to feel right.
Yeah.
It's like sometimes no amount of money won't make it feel right for you, and if it doesn't feel right for you, no amount of money should make you do it. Personally.
Yeah. Oh.
Sorry.
I'm
still song lyrics my way. Still song lyrics.
I saw an article that was brought up by Hirohei.
Hirohei?
Yeah, Hirohei.
Mm-hmm.
and it pissed me off.
What article was that?
It said, if you're a Spanish speaker, you're transphobic.
Oh yeah.
Of course you are.
I haven't watched that
You're
one
also
yet.
homophobic as fuck
Yeah.
too, man. Everything's cabron. And
Yeah,
just fucking,
but
I'm fucking.
and he said the guy Sebastian Ferdinand who's a professor in San Francisco. He says that Spanish speakers are homophobic because they refuse to use the words Latinx or Latine for gender fluid or transphobic people.
Okay. So this is coming from my neck of the woods. Obviously, sadly.
Yeah, my neck of the woods too.
This is over our neck of the woods here, Bandito. I've only seen like one advertisement in my entire 13 years of living in the Bay Area. I've only seen like one advertisement use the word Latinx.
I saw one, and it was
nobody
in Orlando.
And I repeat, nobody uses that term. If you can, don't believe me, talk to Polly, Latino Slant. Nobody uses it.
Yeah,
it's offensive. It's offensive to
this Spanish. As a Spanish speaker, the X is used as a like for something as a vowel.
Talk to Mike, Mexican Iron Man. Talk to Mike.
Yeah, it needs to come before a vowel, because there are two words. There are two, and that depending on that vowel, it'll determine how it sounds like. Like why people say Mexico instead of Mexico. It's because it has an I. If my sister her name is Xochitl, why it sounds like an S is because she has an O after the X. That's just that is just gibberish.
It's stupid. It is absolutely stupid.
And this is the thing. It's a colonial. It's more like an English style name. It's more like an English style name. I can't.
They even try that. Like, I know they're trying to get Philippine X off the ground. I'm like, no, there's Filipino and Filipina. There's no. I should know because most of my coworkers at my day job are Filipina.
And this is and I heard that, and one of the guys is like, Filipino is already a gender neutral term, because when people ask your nationality, they say Filipino.
Mm-hmm. It's just that we have adopted Filipina. They'll say we've done Latina.
Yeah, and
Jinja.
What's up?
Think if we had, how does Japanex sound to you?
No, it's not gonna work. Well, Japan's different. Its language isn't really based off of.
I know. I'm just saying.
But no, it wouldn't work because no, it just
gendered articles, no, but there is a masculine form and a feminine form of speech. Correct.
Like Eric, how would Jew-X sound?
What?
Jew-X.
I know. I'm Irish. The X at the top of the word, XRISH.
And in Japanese, you're pretty
stands for mind your own fucking business there, pal.
Exactly. Like, are we gonna have like Bostina and Boston X?
Yeah.
Boston X strong, fucking. I like
this.
I'm just pointing how ridiculous it sounds. Okay.
Jay brings up a good point. She says many of the clients I have in business are very wealthy. Some in that top 10% bracket. They spend a lot of time managing their money or worrying about their money. Correct. It is very correct.
And her next post is getting her next post. I don't know if you put that out. The whole idea.
Like think about me if people trying to adopt the term Black X.
Blacks.
Blacks. Yeah, it's like what?
Blacks.
Well,
Wow.
you got. Well, I know. I did notice a couple of white women trying to spray paint a Starbucks with BLM and F the police for your people.
Come straight from the underground. A young brother got it bad because I'm brown.
Back during the summer of love.
Have the authority to kill a minority. Fuck that shit, because I ain't
You know
the
what the funny thing was? You know what the funny thing about like that? I think it was like as was bringing up with The Last of Us 2, it was like they were trying to depict like Portland and Seattle as like this some kind of LGBTQ utopia, and I'm like, huh? Like, wait, what? They tried to make like Portland some kind of trans utopia. I was like, wait, what? How does that work?
I doubt that.
Tribalism.
I doubt that would work, because did you not see what happened during the summer of love in Seattle?
Oh yeah, Chaz. Oh yeah. By the way, the whoever the mayor is, yeah, they have to pay back a huge assortment of money for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she refused.
Huge assortment of money for that. So yeah, your little experiment worked well, didn't it? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, she refused to. She refuses to run again because she knows she won't
Because
win.
they probably know her butt's in trouble. She's probably in serious trouble because of what happened.
Yeah.
What happened 2.5 years ago?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that experiment went well, did it? You know. I think it went so well that somebody actually died in that.
3 people actually died.
Yeah. The little experiment, it kind of everything kind of throws out the window when we start having a body count. Okay.
Great band.
And this is the thing. The first response.
Nice segue.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. The first responders were not allowed to enter the zone.
I feel like because this happened in Seattle, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised that my sister moved there. Because she used to live in Portland. Now
I would expect it to be in Portland before Seattle, but yeah, let's go for that. Or here in the Bay Area, but apparently no.
All right. I'm going to go at a different approach from this than I usually do. I usually do like ink and then I go in with watercolor. But I'm going to try to do something today where I just go with watercolor first and then maybe do some ink afterwards. I'm not sure.
Jay the Deep-Minded.
I realize I've been at work on this jacket for an hour. I've been working detailing this jacket for an hour. I didn't realize there's a lot of intricacies and nuances when it comes to like detail, when it comes to like shading and getting a lot of putting a lot of layers on, because it's like I connected her undergarments to her jacket, so I'm doing it all at once. But there's a lot of shading and lighting layers that I got to do to make this pop. Yeah, to really make it pop. So
Jay the Deep-Minded put it perfectly. The road to utopia is paved with dead bodies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just like the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Well, that's kind of a generalization too. I mean, the entire road to the future is literally, paved with dead bodies in a way too. I mean, with the good outcomes, the bad outcomes,
sacrifices have to be made.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? That's just
just look at Warhammer.
The circle of life.
Can you take me higher?
Okay, Nickelback.
We're gonna get in the 80s hair metal break in a second.
Okay, Nickelback.
I don't want to live without you anymore. Can't you see I'm in misery?
And just let them go. Let them go.
Close the door.
Yeah. Mac, I'm gonna.
I love that song, dude.
I didn't know what to say when you called me baby.
Just let them go. Let them go.
Dun,
It's
dun,
their
dun,
show
dun,
anyway.
dun,
It's their
dun.
show, so okay.
Say
We're
I
gonna
stay
forever.
Whoa,
Mac, I'm gonna have to
can
leave
you
you alone.
take me high?
Oh no, you're not gonna leave me here.
I'm gonna get some breakfast. I'll be back. I'm gonna get some
Oh no, you're not.
Bring enough to share. If you're getting
Exactly.
donuts, I want a jelly donut, please.
I'm gonna start coloring this. All right, here we go.
All right.
I'm just gonna go straight in. I
Well,
think the
how's
pencil marks a little. Oh well, I'm gonna try it out.
But
We'll see.
how's the jacket details look? I know it's like.
Hold on a second. Let's see what we got here.
Because I've been at work like pounding like layers of shading for like the past hour now, and there's a lot. There's kind of a lot of intricacies and stuff if you want to chain like a certain kind of lighting too.
Hey, what's up there, Squeaker Mouse? Hey, how you doing there?
Oh my gosh!
I'll share my breakfast.
Hello,
Squeaker.
Hey, I saw her on. Oh geez, she hooked me up with Was it Zax's channel? It was Zax's channel. Yeah. Hooked us up with some.
Squeaker, I hope you're doing well, sweetheart.
Some memberships. That was very nice of her. Yeah, the jackets. Yeah, I mean, you're coming along. I feel like if you feel like you're just kind of working it. Oh, sorry about that. Whoops. If you feel like you're just like, yeah, I'm just working at it. You're working at it. And it's not nothing really, feeling any kind of elation about it. You feel like you're just scratching at the.
No,
canvas.
it's just because of a lot of the references I'm using, and it's like, wow, there's a lot here. It's like, okay, there's a lot to. There really is a lot of that's why I kind of saved it for later, because it's like, there's going to be a lot of time. This is going to be time consuming, doing a lot of it just to getting the lighting and the shade, and it's just getting this certain kind of lighting and getting certain things to really pop. It's just there's a lot. I enjoy it. I was just looking. I was like, man, this is going to be the most time consuming for me.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's kind of like how much do you need to stay faithful to the reference photo?
Right, and it's just that I'm in this process of like, and I realize I'm 2 months in. I'm 2 months in doing digital. Yeah, and it's like I'm for a while, especially with this month, like this month's channel member work. I've been focusing on trying to be able to convey a lot with not that many, with less layers, to not pound on so many different layers, to just kind of be able to do, to be able to do a lot of the dynamic lighting, shading, and such like that in like only like 2 or 3 layers, rather than just like a bunch of it,
Yeah.
Trying to simplify it.
I hear you.
And feel more simplified and still more strong, because it's like,
I hear
you. It's like that really cool thing for me. It's like learning digital is just like, I look at a lot of digital art now, and I'm like zooming in and I'm analyzing, like, oh, that's how they did that brushstroke. I was like, oh, I could do that brushstroke. I could do that kind of blend. It's like, it's really cool. It's really fascinating. It's why I've been so really hooked on it for, days and days and days on end,
Mm-hmm. Got you there, man. Well, when you got that got the passion, man, just keep on rolling with it. Just pushing it.
I'm like Kawasaki, let the good times roll.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna start watercoloring this. I'm just scratching around now.
Watercoloring.
Put some watercolors in this. I need to clean these watercolors too. Darn it. All righty. I love that. Okay, here we go. Morning, Sifu Jinja.
Hi.
Saifu?
Sifu.
Saifu?
That's Chinese for sensei.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Suika.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, none of this.
You didn't know that? You didn't know
I
that?
don't speak
Senpai.
Chinese, man. I speak Japanese. I don't speak any Chinese, though.
Yeah, that's also for sensei, yeah.
Nope, never. Nope. I know sensei, but I don't know.
Senpai.
I know senpai, sensei. I know master. but I don't know. Yeah, I know some Chinese. 你好，你好
Yes,
吗？
it's-
好
What
吃
is
不好吃
what is
I know
your
some Cantonese.
What is your abbreviation? What is your abbreviation in since we're friends? Do we acknowledge you as kun? Do we acknowledge you as san or what?
Kun.
James
Kun.
Good.
No, Kun
Okay.
is for small boys.
So Harris
Kun
kun.
is-
So
Kun
Harris
is for-
kun.
No, Kun is for small boys.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. That's why we
Yeah,
call
it's
you
for little
James
boys.
Kun.
So what would be
Yeah.
for friends though? I guess
You don't do anything.
Oh, you don't do anything. Okay.
Well, it depends on the relationship. Like
Mhm.
you might hear people saying like, for example, hey, Shin-chan. Like
Okay.
even though it's a guy,
Aw.
Mhm.
you call him like, hey, it would be. It depends on the relationship that you
It
have with the
depends.
person.
Okay.
I love
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z in Japanese. All I can hear is Videl going.
I was
"Go-
wondering that. I was
Gohan
just wondering about that.
You know,
Yes. So yeah, it also depends on your relationship with the person,
Mhm.
age. There is no like standard, but for with little kids that are
Mhm.
boys, you refer to them as kun.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. Good to know. Then.
Yeah. Yeah. With girls, chan, younger
Chan.
ones.
I know with older and teacher figures, it's sama.
San. Sama you don't
san.
use.
Okay.
Sama is like very, 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 very honorific.
San. That's
And
what I'm thinking of, san.
that would be like that would be, for example, somebody who works at an an employee would be talking to their customer because you are a god in the eyes. The customer's god,
Right.
So that's why we refer to you as sama. So
Okay.
you're
Okay.
yeah.
But san. That's all.
Sama.
That's what san was the word I'm looking for.
Hari-sama, tsugi. Hari-sama, irashaimashou ka? Hai, imasu yo. Yeah. So yeah, it just depends on the setting and everything. Yeah. But
Right.
yeah, kun would be for small boys, chan girls. But of course, you could also say, yeah, like even some girls use kun for themselves as well. I've heard that before. Yeah, like, it just depends. Yeah. All right, let's see what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna
Would that
probably
be the
add
same?
in,
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Because I always wondered about that. Because I was wondering
Yeah.
if there's a specific that
Jinja
abbreviation when
sama
it
now.
comes between like friends or.
Jinja sama. I like that. I'll roll with that. Yeah, like with friends. Yeah. I've actually had a friend. He was about 5 years younger than me, but the thing was, we always referred to him as Tomo-kun because, and the reason we call him kun is because he's Japanese, but he was hanging out with the foreigners, and he didn't speak much English at the beginning, so he was kind of like our student. Do you know what I mean? He was like our he was our kimosabi. You know what I mean? We were kimosabi to him, so we always referred to him as kun, even though he was an older guy. Yeah. So yeah.
Can that work the other way around? Or is that just like one way?
Like them calling us like san or sensei?
Yeah,
or
if it's with if it's a Japanese with a foreigner.
I mean,
What do you? I
I've
have a
never had
question.
anybody call me that, but
Okay,
I have an art question. What are you treating your brush with right now, James?
Water.
Okay.
Well, just water. I'm putting water all over it, and I'm I'm gonna experiment with some skin tones here. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna lay down like some kind of base. I'm debating on what color to use.
Now I want to ask Squeaka. Now I want to ask Squeaka if she's referring to Jinja Sama. Would she refer to me as Makini-kun? I don't know.
Ooh.
Well, you would if like Makini, I would actually say, if you're gonna use kun in there, I would actually cut out the ni in your name, and I just say, hey, Maki-kun.
Maki-kun. Yep, there you go. Maki-kun.
Or Maki-kun or Makun. I would call you Makun. Hey, Makun.
Makun. Onegaishimasu.
And then Eric, I would say, hey, Eric-chan.
Hi.
Yeah, because this was so much money.
Sorry, Sama.
Because it was such a weeb at the time that, of course, the name Makini is actually it's actually how my surname is pronounced in Japanese. It's Makini.
I would prefer Suli Daimo.
And I use Google Translate, and you could tell I discovered Google Translate when I came up with that.
Oh yeah, man, Google Translate has gotten so much better than it was before, man. Like, oh geez, it's like I remember using it back in the days. I'm like, nothing is working out here.
I was like, I remember typing my name. And I think it was when I was graduating from college, and I was like, I remember typing my name like that. I remember discovered that and typed my name, and I wanted to see what my full name sounded like, and I loved how my surname sounded. I was like, oh, I'm so using
Oni-san.
that.
Oni-san. Yeah, that's right, Squeaka. I am an Oni from time to time. Yeah.
You know, see the demon mask he's wearing.
I probably have some around here, to be honest. Actually, I do. Oh, hold on a second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
The Demon King has awakened. The Demon Ninja has awakened.
I really hope Bandito brings back donuts.
I know, right?
Jelly donuts.
Now it's just us two.
Hello, and then
we've taken over.
Very good, and we have taken over.
Like,
you buy any new comic books lately, Mac? You buy any new comics lately?
Not so much. I've just been kind of keeping up with what's been going on with Thinking Critical and such like that. So
I got World's Finest number 12.
Ooh, nice.
Flash 793, which is decent, and it's because it's just another story beat and an overall bigger story. And Superman number 1. And
is it the one that Wes reviewed?
Yeah,
I heard a lot of good things. I heard some good things about that.
Yeah, it's got a really strong splash page when you open her up. There's 5 nice sequential panels. It sets up the story. It's a really nice done in one.
That's awesome.
That's gonna it's gotta if the opening splash page has a capsulated origin where but this is great because this is issue 1. This is Superman. This is what DC is presenting as the authentic, genuine Superman story as of today.
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Do you feel that it's hard to write Superman?
I wouldn't feel that way.
I don't think so either, because it's
Grant Morrison has a brilliant quote saying that Superman's greatest weakness is his writer. And so that's something that cuts both ways, because what Superman's greatness is his good writer, like Mark Miller, Grant Morrison, even Mark Waid here, just Mark Waid.
Right, because you can make someone who is basically a Boy Scout, a goody two shoes, like Superman, and still have a lot of depth behind him, still be compassionate, still be able to relate to him.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you guys like to see Would you guys like to see the Oni?
Here we go.
I should have never brought that up.
I hope you're ready for this.
Okay.
My Oni face reveal.
The true Demon King has a...
Demon King has Make sure you walk with your toes curled up with like a no.
All right now.
Jinja's demon has awakened.
Do you guys know what these are?
Put
the mask back on. Put the mask back on. All right, so there's this thing called Setsubun. It's vernal equinox. Is that the vernal equinox? I can't remember. I always get them wrong.
That's spring.
Yeah. So yeah, it's spring one. Yeah. Oh my gosh, just going Japanese. Here we go. Yeah, Setsubun in English. It's actually a holiday for the end of winter.
Okay.
So basically, during that time, everybody has they get nuts, like peanuts, or soybeans, or they'll have the soybeans, or they'll have peanuts. And you have a person who does the Oni. They come in as the Oni, and then everybody just chucks peanuts at them, and they say Oni wa soto, so get the devil out of the house, and they say Fukuwa uchi, means bring luck into the house, right?
There you go.
Oni wa soto, and then you always pelt them with peanuts and other kinds of things. So take a guess who always plays the Oni. That would be yours truly.
I feel like this is.
Yeah,
I feel like that's discrimination against ginger Onis.
All right, enough.
Jinja, you're gonna like this.
What's that?
This is sort of my favorite time. This is sort of my favorite time of the year.
Free nuts.
This is sort of my favorite time of year. Do you know why?
What was that?
We got cherry blossom trees blooming
Oh yes,
around my
yes.
entire neighborhood.
Yeah.
My entire neighborhood is they're falling right now.
They're beautiful,
They
aren't
started
they?
blooming. I want to say about at least last. I want to say about 2 weeks ago at the. I want to say near the start of February they started to bloom, and now they're going to start falling because they usually start falling before. They usually start falling in late February, March.
Right.
But you
Okay.
got
So
to
your guys
catch
are a
them,
couple
or yeah,
months.
you got to catch it at that time. It's like
Yeah, you're probably about a month ahead of us because ours are like whatchamacallit, ours are like March, late March, early
y'all's
April.
bloom in the late March. Okay.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Yes, I know.
And it all
It might
depends
be
on
different.
where you are, too.
It might be different, depending. It might be different in California than it is from other parts of the country. Because I know Washington,
Yeah.
Washington D.C. They have a they have their cherry They have a cherry blossom festival that happens. I think at around your time,
Yeah.
like late March, early April.
Oh, okay.
Don't they usually do that in Japantown?
Oh, yeah.
I admit I've only been to the Cherry Blossom Festival once, and I keep missing it because I have to work on a Saturday.
Oh, hey, Squeak is here.
But
Yeah.
let me check because I know they had to skip a year due to the coof and everything.
Yeah.
Bandito, did you bring donuts?
No, bagels.
Oh, damn it. Bagels go straight to my thighs.
Oh, yeah. I've been wanting to show this off. I don't know.
Okay, so Jinja.
What's up?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Jinja Bandito. It's going to be on April 8th through the 16th.
Oh,
And that would be around the time that we have them over here.
Yeah, Cherry Blossom Festival in
Yeah.
Japantown.
Yeah.
So I've only been once, and I was like, I want to go back again. It always happens on a Saturday because
we have cherry blossom trees around here, and I just love walking in this like fake snow of pink petals on the breeze.
Well, they bloom like we have my neighborhood has a basketball court, and it's like full of cherry blossom, and they had like cherry blossom trees that surround it. So it's like kind of cool seeing it once they bloom. It has to be when they all start blooming at the same time. It's like
Right, when they're in Mankai. Mankai season is when they're in full bloom. Mankai. And then
Is it where they start to kind of glow at night?
Yeah, well, like, okay, so what happens over here is we have picnics during that time. And people like to go out at night, and they'll light up the whole park. They'll bring in like the lighting and everything.
Right.
People get drunk, have all kinds of parties. It's a fun time. Well, they do it in the afternoon too, basically all day long. So they've got them all lit up, so they look all nice and pretty. But yeah.
Okay.
Wonderful time of the year.
I'm looking at pictures of cherry blossoms at night right now.
Yeah.
I want to show this before I forget. I got the I told you guys I got this a couple weeks ago. Loose Threads by Mike Polton. Madeira, but I mainly got this because this is the very last variants cover from George Perez.
Ah, that's cool.
It's even signed by him right here.
Nice. It reminds me I got to back Billy Tucci's new book and get the Rini cover because I love Irene Strakowski. I love her art.
Fiendish?
Yes. The thing is, Bandito, like
the
thing is, Bandito, I was really looking forward to Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League for one reason. And that is because it is Kevin Conroy's. It'll be the last time you hear Kevin Conroy voice Batman. But it's like it's not worth it. It just looks like it's not worth it, man.
The game?
Yeah. I mean,
it looks bad.
That's what I heard.
the costumes look
Another
bad
game of
too.
Mm.
I mean, one of the things is the
How
costume.
messed up is it? You know what the messed up part is? During that state of play, we got Street Fighter 6, and the internet just lost their mind with the Cammy trailer.
Yeah.
Internet lost their freaking mind, and so did I.
I actually like that they put T-Hawk's little sister in there.
I know. That's his daughter.
Oh, his daughter?
Lily's his daughter. Yeah, he looks absolutely cute.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Cammy one was just freaking just lost it. I was like, oh my god, she looks stunning.
Yeah. Didn't you do Makini live with the new Cammy look?
I couldn't. No, I was working. That Thursday. I would have loved if I wasn't working that Thursday. I totally would have. Just for my freaking reaction.
Good morning, Punkwaddle. How are you doing today?
Good morning,
Punkwaddle. Punkwaddle. How's it going there, bud? Good to see you.
God, I was like, it's like freaking doing Rebecca right now, and they're bringing up, and it's bringing me up of Cyberpunk 2077. It's like, wow, that's like the real. That's like the only kind of like that was like the only recent kind of dystopian future that I was actually looking forward. That I actually look forward to. It's
actually they fixed the game really good.
They did, yeah, they did, and in the wake of with the Phantom Liberty DLC coming up, and of course, Edge Runners just being the big success that it was.
Yeah, they were able to sell 100 million copies after Edge Runners came out, and it seems like Hogwarts Legacy is on that way too.
Oh my god! Yeah. Oh my god! So much so that they're gonna have to. So much so that they're considering doing an HBO Max show on it. Yes. Yeah.
Suck it, Purple Tinker.
It looks well, not just Purple Tinker, but a lot of people are still
the culture behind that. I look at it and I'm like, you cannot get. Why can't you use your ideology and your good intentions without this reliance upon an oppressor?
Right, I did a show. I did a show on Friday, and we was talking about egos, and it was the kind of thing that Loki was talking about, and that's one. And I brought up a lot of examples, and her like who's the VTuber? Silverveil. Silverveil basically, showing her ego off as surviving through it, it's justified because she was harassed endlessly, and to the point where she's probably had people who were doxxed and who were all that stuff just because of a freaking video game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And geez, for what?
Yeah,
I remember Neon right now. I remember Neon saying, "I'm like, this is like the second coming of GG, except it's back, except it's on reverse."
Yeah, I mean, I'm just right now in love with Storm's breast.
I'm trying to. Yeah, me too.
I see what you did there.
I couldn't help it. I mean, Milky cereal, baby, Milky.
Oh yeah.
So what you're seeing is that the character Jinja drawing has larger breasts than the character I'm drawing.
Now that's not no need to compete here.
I'm not competing. It was something my friend brought up on Friday's stream. I was like, it's so surprising to see Baki draw a girl with small breasts. I'm like, I can do that. I'm just saying.
Well, apparently it's a crime to draw big breasts now.
No, it's not.
No,
I don't accept those terms.
I don't have to agree to that. Yeah.
I don't agree to that at all.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, whoever sold you that is trying to sell you something really bad next. You should just
I got a bridge. Yeah, Jinja, you believe that, and I got a bridge to sell you.
Go peddle that to someone who's going to buy it.
Bridge to sell you.
Go peddle your outrage and your
somewhere else.
Your
peddle it somewhere else.
Yes, peddle your filth somewhere else.
Yeah.
Any here in the house of Jinja.
Next one, House
Oh,
of Jinja.
there you go. You got some there. The House of Jinja.
Casa del Rojo.
Casa del Rojo.
Casa del Rojo.
Mac, you remember
Yes.
the entire outrage last month from the Yuki cosplay that she did with her partner. They did the psychic.
Oh
sisters.
yeah, the what's that girl? What's her name? Is it? It's not Fubuki. It's Tsubaki from One Punch Man. Yeah.
Yeah, they actually did. I can let me share the.
No, they clap back. Like they clap back on that big time, and it's like it's the whole thing with the whole loli argument. It's like there's actually a petite body that there's such thing as a petite body type.
Yeah.
Like adult women, there are adult women who are that short, who are that small and that petite.
Come to Japan, you see a lot of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and some of the best parts of Buffy the Vampire Slayer was when they addressed Sarah Michelle Gellar's natural height. I think she's like 5'3", and like just the whole thing, like you're the Slayer, but you're so tiny. But it doesn't matter because she's the Slayer and she's superpowered.
But in this case, we're talking about it's just like who have like women who have petite bodies who are much more much more childlike. Yeah.
I put the share. I shared it on in
the private chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. They clap back, which is cool to see.
Jinja, if you could put that up.
Huh? What? Oh. Huh?
Don't worry. It's nothing. Don't worry. It's nothing. It's gonna be a channel taken down or anything. So you're good. You're good.
Oh, geez. What the fuck?
So these two actually did a cosplay of the psychic sisters from One Punch Man.
Yeah.
And she's naturally short. She's 4 foot. She's 4'10", and her partner is like 6'2".
That's funny. Sorry.
I like that. Yeah, gingerbread. Oh my god. You should totally do that for Christmas, man. I'm just
saying. Qualified owner operator of a pair of sizable breasts. I find myself struggling to see myself represented on screen these days. We will have to remedy.
Jay, we believe in. I sound wrong, but I sound wrong and say this. We believe in diversity and inclusivity of all breast sizes.
Exactly.
It's a spectrum. Respect
strongly.
the spectrum, okay?
Okay. Yeah. That's true diversity.
Yeah. Those two would probably look great if you dressed them up with the Trigun girls. Like,
I know, right?
You know what I mean?
Totally.
Meryl and Millie. I mean, and this is awesome. I love Millie.
And this is the thing. They kept saying that they were basically sexualizing pedophilia, but she's like, I'm 22 and the character I'm cosplaying as is 28.
I'm like, first off, there is such a thing as petite.
Get over
There's
it.
women who are shorter than 5 foot.
Maybe you're seeing a child. You know.
No, and they're not dwarves. If you're shorter than 5 foot, you're not a dwarf. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever, speaking of dwarves, have you ever watched Ricky Gervais's The Office, the original one, the OG?
No.
Oh,
I've seen bits and pieces of the original OG Office.
So good. Okay, so they have a scene where Ricky Gervais is having to fire somebody, but they get into this conversation about like the difference between dwarves and midgets, and like, well, what about what was it? Somebody said like, what about like goblins or elves or something like that? Dude, it's the funniest scene. Like, just look it up, like Office, Ricky Gervais, and like dwarves. And that scene is just hilarious. It's a good one.
Hey, Jinja.
What's up?
This is good news, though. They're rebooting Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
But
I think this is where this is going to be a litmus test for the respect for Tolkien.
Well, we've already had some conversations with people about it. It's like, well, give them a chance, and if they show respect to it and they show that they have love for it, and they come out with a product that is good, then you got to give them the love that they deserve. You know?
I'm all for Black Aragorn. Right, he's coming.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, he is.
No.
You bigot. Fucking with you.
Don't be surprised. All I'm gonna
I wouldn't
say
be
is
surprised,
don't
though.
be surprised.
Fucking you.
The thing,
I love that.
the
No wonder
thi-
why they
No.
say that. It's so empowering to say, "You bigot." Fucking
The
Yeah,
thing-
it loses meaning. The
My
more you
hair
say it, the
fluffed
more
up
it
on my
loses meaning.
balls when I said that. It was so provocative.
well, the thing was that
I think Eric's getting a hard on right now for saying
The
that.
thing-
I can feel it in my screen.
Pitching up upturned.
the
You got to come up to the board and figure this problem out, O'Sullivan. I can't.
the thing.
What's that from?
I just, when your teacher calls you up to the chalkboard.
Oh,
and you
yeah,
gotta,
yeah,
yeah.
Of course, that I've been
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Yeah, okay,
every
I gotcha.
dude. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I was
we've
like, oh
been
God, no!
there. Don't call my name. Don't call my name. Don't call my name.
Please don't call my name. Exactly. What's worse is they scratch their nails on a chalkboard. You're like, that never happened. You know what? It's funny thing is, it's like, all a little off tangent. I've watched so much TV in my life. That I'm like, real life, high school and real life, school in real life is never like that.
Nope.
It's not like what you see on TV. I kind of wish it would. I kind of wish it did. I'm like,
There.
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. The thing about going back to Lord of the Rings, they're too focused on Middle Earth when Middle Earth is just a country. It's just a country in the world. You got the Easterlings, you got Hadar, you got their own representation of Asia. Why can't you just introduce characters from those countries?
Well, I don't think they're going to be going with the with whatchamacallit.
I'll call it right
Frodo
now.
and all that.
Children of Hurin movie. It's gonna do it. That's boom. I think that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna good story too to be putting on film too.
Another one I think would be the story of Baron and Lithua, who actually which is actually one of the greatest love stories that Tolkien ever wrote. What Baron was willing to do to win the hand of Lithua, and what Lithua was willing to do to save Baron, because when Baron was captured by Saruman, and it was Lithua who saved him, not the other way around, because he had to. When Baron asked for Lithua's hand, he asked her father, gave him an impossible task to bring the one of the three jewels from Morgoth's crown to him, and then he will give Lithua his hand, her hand. He will give his permission to let him marry Lithua.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going all Jamie Lannister with giving these fucking hands away.
No, well, he actually
keep away from my hands.
Going out on a limb there. Oh,
exactly. Booyah!
He actually did lose his hand because he actually got the jewel, but it was eaten by one of Saruman or Morgoth's warhounds, and it had that jewel. And when he came back, he's like, you told me you would return with a jewel in hand. He's like, I did return with the jewel in hand, but the jewel is in the belly of a beast. And he gave his consent to marry his daughter, and it showed that what these two these two people were willing to do, what hell they were willing to go through just to be with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And even Tolkien, when Tolkien's wife died, he put Lithua on her grave. He marked Lithua on her grave because he said that she was she was the inspiration to that character. And when he died, his son wrote Baron on his grave when he was buried next to her. So they were so they could be together as they did it in the story.
It's just poetic.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then McCade and Payne and McCade ended up screwing it up, saying it was
Did you
Galadriel.
say they McCade it?
No, Payne and McCade ended up screwing up, saying it was Galadriel.
You said they McCade it. I was like, yeah, exactly. They McCade it.
Yeah, because Baron met Lithua when he saw her in the middle of a field dancing, in the middle of a flower field dancing, and he had just seen his father die and his brothers, and he was into so much sorrow that when he met Lithua on that field, that sorrow kind of went away, and he was able to find something more than like vengeance and grief. He found something in Lithua that made him that made him want to fight again. Because before that he was like at the end of his life. He wanted to die because his people were gone. His father died in his arms. But then he met Lithua, and that's what got him. And that is the same way how J.R.R. Tolkien met his wife. She was teaching children how to dance in the flower fields, and Tolkien compared her to the most beautiful woman in Middle Earth, and then Payne and McCade went and screwed it up, saying it was Galadriel that was dancing in the flower fields.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I felt. That's what I felt at the same time.
So how many seasons do you think it's going to go for Amazon? I think 2 max.
Yeah, me too.
There's no way it can go past 5 seasons.
No,
not with that budget. Not with that big of a budget. Come on now. There's no way.
What you said, I cannot lie.
It's not that big of a budget.
Yeah.
There you go. Boom. There's Storm's mother's ruby.
Oh right, yeah, I just put it in there. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, because we were just talking about jewels. I was just about to say, don't forget her mom's jewels. Didn't have to.
Oh,
the world.
You heard that? I don't know if you. I'm pretty sure Mackany heard, but another thing that came up on the news this week. Volition cost
$100.
Silver.
It was about $100 million. That's how much the cost of was for the Saints Row reboot. It was $100 million, and that is a big yikes. I hate saying that word, but that is a big yipers. All that for $100 million. You guys must be so proud of yourself right now. Mm-hmm. You got absorbed back into a Bracer group, to where Bracer group is saying, we're only going to fund games that are worth funding. Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of promise with the Saints Row reboot, but
There was.
Well, before the unveiling, like
Okay.
they were saying that it was going to go back to. They were going to say it was going to go back to form. Yeah,
That didn't work.
I totally agree with you, Jay. They were going to go back to form, but then they announced that they were going to go for a modern audience, adjust it for modern audience.
See,
no such thing. That's just
that's
code words at this point.
See, that's the killer word right there. That's the word that kills any hopes you have of making something success. That should be like the death blow word right there. Modern
audiences.
There's no such thing. It's a myth.
There's a general audience, there's a youth audience, and then there's an adult audience. I think those classical
Modern
standards
audience is a myth.
Yeah, I mean, there's been the audience for, I think that looking at something like motion pictures, films, especially in the late 1960s, because they dropped something that was called the Hays Code, and it was a behavioral social construct, kind of like the Comic Code Authority seal, that you have this list of criteria that you have to adhere to, but by literally by 1967, and Bonnie and Clyde. I mean, this movie that was steeped in violence and sexuality, and even maybe even some threw in some gay coding in there too. Dude, I watched it last week and I'm like, holy shit. And then in 1968, that's where we got the letters, the MPAA, Motion Picture Association of America. And now it's global, but it's that's where we got G for general audiences and PG, rated R.
There's no MA, okay, for modern audiences.
Right. So it's
stupid.
Now it's like, oh, that's just code for you're gonna make it postmodern. You know what I mean?
It's modern audiences essentially is a code for it's meant for the Gen Z.
You're one of those
TikTok,
people.
The identity politics, that kind of audience.
Yeah.
Politically correct.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
I recently, people are actually come up with assumptions that people don't like certain criteria in film or entertainment. Like recently, Sarah Michelle Gellar said that audience don't want female superheroes, but
she's just doing that just so she could get a job and stay relevant again.
Yeah,
and her husband did that through her live grenade in the Star Wars fandom a couple of years ago too. Maybe it just runs in the family.
Yeah.
Oh God, fucking
remember that?
Sorry. Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up, Eric.
Well, we memory hold that, but it's consistent behavior from the same source.
No,
right?
I didn't forget.
Is that Freddie Prinze Jr.?
Yeah. And I like him too. Come on.
I mean,
I like them both.
He's a crap.
One of the things is that Freddie Prinze Jr. wasn't a major consent player in Star Wars, but then he started complaining. He only did voices for the animated
series.
Jarrus,
man, I love that.
Kanan Jarrus
He did a good job.
Yeah, but then he started attacking the fan base because they don't like the new way Star Wars is going.
That's kind of how one of the ways I discovered Abu Nas and Jerry in the Geeks and Gamers. I just started following Geeks and Gamers at that time when Freddie Prinze was running his mouth.
Yeah. Jeez.
So thanks, Eric. Thanks for bringing digging that chestnut up.
Yeah,
digging that whole chestnut.
Hey, they're interrelated. They're married. Jeez.
Yeah.
It's like.
Sorry.
I mean, the whole thing that I think she brought up brought up because people don't want superheroes is because of the backlash that She-Hulk got. She-Hulk and movies like She-Hulk and Captain Marvel got, but those two are films that like basically attack the male audience. But come on. I mean, come on. Kelly Sue DeConnick is one of the biggest feminists in comics today.
Yeah. Do you want my copies of Bitch Planet? I got like 9 of them.
And why do you have 9 copies?
Because I believed in the Fraction DeConnick house at once. It was the late, you know what I mean?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Matt.
They
Yeah,
were
she's married
really
to Matt
good.
Yeah,
but then
isn't she still married to Matt DeFraction?
Yeah. But I mean, that's where you can tell that they started like, they started doing that with intersectional stuff. So, but it was Image that was theirs. Good luck. I try to support it. You know what I mean? But it was a bit too much.
I mean,
geez.
Matt is
what was the premise of it? I forgot what the premise
they would send insolent women off planet. Women who wouldn't, it was kind of like if you could think of like Handmaid's Tale, like as like fleshed out, and and so there was an off-world prison, and that's where you sent, non-compliant women.
That is just crap.
That's good storytelling right there.
It was interesting because it was just I had my attention.
Agenda behind that at all.
That's when we started getting the vocabulary for agenda, and when we started, realizing what's going on in storytelling. I mean, sure, it was their own owner-created thing on Image Comics, which is
their own.
They're a distributor. I mean, they're barely even. I don't think they're a publisher. You publish your own shit, and they distribute it under the the banner. I mean, I love the Image system. So, but they had the clout to make their own stuff. Fraction was doing a gender bent Odyssey at the same time too, called Odyssey, and the art was amazing. I'm a huge fan of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. So, I was in for about 6 issues, and then it's the same house, and they lost my audience with that. I mean,
I'm just going back to that Spider-Man comic, and I'm like, that is such a waste of Terry Dotson's art. Well, the Dotson,
they're great.
If there's one thing that pisses me off about all of this, it is the waste of good art. Because there are some good artists out there who are doing things, but they're doing it, and it pisses me off because when I look at it, it's like, oh wow, you're really talented. Why are you working for this? And what is the mindset of a person who is illustrating that? Are they really behind it 100%? Because they're going to give it their all. You know what I mean?
They are.
Yeah.
But it's just sad that it's wasted on bad material.
Yeah. I mean,
shit. I was like to hear I know what the DC's like in the crapper right now, but even I was saddened to hear that George Perez is not going to be doing Batman anymore. I'm like, oh, this is one of the best things. This is one of the best things. One of the best things about the recent run of Batman is not George Perez.
Jorge Jimenez.
Jorge Jimenez. Why did I say George? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Jorge Jimenez.
I'm probably at fault because I did bring that George Perez variant.
Yeah, sorry, Jorge Jimenez, and I'm like, dang it! And it's like this is one of the best things about the recent run of Batman is Jorge Jimenez's art.
Well, Nemesis is really good, man. Yeah, I hope you're tuned into that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And here, like I've said this before, and I'll say it again. What's his name? The guy who does Nemesis.
Mark Millar.
Mark Millar. He is the one that comic book writers want to be.
Yep.
He has worked in comic books. He has written novels. He has worked did screenplays. And even though he's been all over the entertainment industry, he still goes back to comic books because he loves comic books. These writers right now, they only work at comic books because they're like, they're trying
It's
to,
just a vehicle.
yeah,
Like a lot of the like what we saw with what was Mags's Fagio's book that got adapted into a sci-fi Vagrant Queen.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a lot of these are just pitches for Netflix and such like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
that's the thing. That's the thing. They don't have that passion for comic books that some of the older writers and artists have. I mean, some of these artists are great at at their craft, but the writers, they couldn't care less. They just want to do it because they feel like it'll escalate them to like getting back. Yeah.
Shoot, that reminds me. I need to back volume 7 of Common America before it closes.
I just ordered Arc Athena, all 3 copies, and Eric Canetti had a mad sale. It was like 50% off. So I was like, yes, this is what I wanted, all 3. And so and it's on its way. It's not even being crowdfunded. It's already produced. So Canetti changed his tactic,
And this is the thing. There are comic book writers out there that love the medium of comic books, and they're doing it through crowdfunding, and they're basically showing that people want these kind of comic books. They don't want like.
Hey man, one of the pioneers isn't CG or Richard Meyer. It was Brian Pulido.
Yeah.
Of Lady Death, and I want to kind of really kick that off. When you think about
here's your core audience that they're gonna. It's algebra after that.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
we're seeing that. We're seeing more of that with a lot of other stuff. And big success, of course. I hope someday down the line we do get. I hope someday down the line we do get either a movie adaptation or even a TV adaptation of Rippaverse.
Only. Wait, no. Fox is owned by Disney.
No. Air July has to be like the showrunner the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah. He'd have to be in control of things there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what the thing is that you need to get people who are just as passionate about this, about comic books. If not, you're not gonna get that.
Like, who'd have thought that a guy reviewing comics from his car on his lap with a bad camera would be working with legends like Chuck Dixon and even Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah. Oh man, I love Chuck Dixon. He's going
to be on BBC, the real BBC.
Really?
Next week. Yeah, with Gary and as Chuck Dixon's going to be on there.
Yeah,
and he's the guest next week.
Yeah,
I'm afraid. I would be too afraid to ask him if I could get him on Machini Live at some point. I would be.
Why not?
Insane.
Just ask. They're not going to bite you.
No.
They're just people like you and I.
I would be asking everybody to be in attendance. I mean,
I mean, Chuck Dixon wrote one of my favorite Batman. He created one of my favorite Batman villains, which was Bane.
So underutilized now. Kind of underutilized. Bane's kind of underutilized now too.
Yeah.
Pardon me. Sorry.
And I think I like Conan because I got into the Conan novels because he reminds me of Bane. While Bane looks like this big brawling muscle bruiser, he's also very intelligent.
I am.
There's like a list of like people that I would love to have on as guests on Machini Live in the future. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent.
Yeah.
One of them is of course Gary Roderick, but the other one that I would love to have on is Sarah Frazetta.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes. Definitely.
She's easy on the eyes too. I kind of like her.
Yeah. Mainly because Bruce and I are Bruce is a bigger Frank Frazetta fan than I was, but Frank Frazetta was definitely an inspiration, clearly. So that was something to see him to just have, just to have one of, one of his, just have Sarah on, because I know Sarah was on. Sarah has been on multiple times with Keith of Pop Culture Minefield. I'm like, oh god,
Hey, don't forget to have me on as your Warhammer guy.
Oh, I know, right? All right.
Yeah, but yeah,
Sorry, went off on a tangent there.
Yeah. Oh, speaking about Warhammer, this week my Warhammer recommendation, my Warhammer novel recommendation is called Brutal Cunning. Hang on, let me see who it's from.
Sounds brutal.
Sorry, I had to go there.
Heyo. Waka waka.
Heyo.
Okay, Brutal Cunning by Mike Brooks, and this is a book that shows both sides of the war. Both sides of the war. You have the Adeptus Mechanicus, who are who are basically like worship technology, and they basically take they find flesh weak, so they'll replace parts of their bodies with mechanical parts. And then you have the orcs, and you think the Adeptus Mechanicus, the orcs are raiding the Adeptus Mechanicus world to steal the loot, because that's what they do. They'll go to a world, and they'll populated by humans or something, and then they'll steal it.
How are your orcs not racist? I'm trying hard to accept this,
because they're non-gender.
But all gamers are biased, and you use this terminology that's harmful to my friends. Sorry, you got to be prepared for these people.
Yeah.
What? How can you get around that? Oh, then there's no rationalizing with the victim. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Have fun.
And okay, so going back to Brutal Cunning,
It sounds brutal.
It sounds dirty in a British way.
I keep on hearing brutal cunnilingus. That's all I hear.
I hear C-U-N-N-Y.
Sorry, that's my mind. Sorry, my mind
which
went
is a
there.
British vulgar term for a woman's genitalia.
Well, I just hear brittle cunnilingus. And,
sounds rough. Sounds very rough.
Okay, so the Adeptus Mechanicus think that the orcs are just barbarians, and they'll do it, and they
bigots.
No,
I'm just kidding. I'm fucking busting balls.
They think they'll go through certain paces, like, oh, they'll just attack, and we can attack just straightforward. But it shows that orcs are smarter than they appear to be, because they completely outmatch and outthink the Adeptus Mechanicus, who are very some of them are very egotistical, and think that they know better than they have. But these orcs who only think about fighting outsmart them, start outsmarting them every step of the way. And it is just such a fun book, because with the orcs, there's a pirate captain, orc who's a freebooter, and he's like a pirate captain, and he's named Captain excuse me, Captain God, what was his name? Not Blood Flag, but he's a captain, and he teleported on a rifle orc ship, and the first thing he says is "ta-da," because he made a grand entrance in front of him. And it is so funny, because there was one part where where two orcs actually board a titan, which is basically a giant Gundam of the humans. Two orcs board the Gundam. They take over the cockpit and blow up everything. And then they said that they were going to start stripping it for parts, but then they realized they just blew up the reactor. The reactor, and they're like, oh, we better leave. I mean, the entire while the humans are parts are taken seriously, the orcs are just like a bunch of guys going on a pub crawl and beating people up. That
sounds fun. My kind of guys.
That's the way they act. That's the way they see war. Because they see it like to them, war fighting is fun, and they always say they always don't understand why humies dodge, or why humies, the slang term for humans, why they dodge shots, or why they aim down sights, because to them it's all about having fun while you're fighting. If you're not having fun, then you're not living.
Sounds like some Jay-Z lyrics or something.
If you're having girl problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one.
There we go.
I got Rat Patrol on the Bat Patrol.
Oh no, we got him going. The
casket's closed. Yes. You got him going. No.
I'm joking, but I don't know how many times I've listened to the Black Album on repeat growing up. I can't tell you how many times I've listened to the Black Album on repeat. To me, that was Jay at his best.
I remember the collaboration he did with Linkin Park. Collision.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
What's up, Low Spec?
Oh, I have my first master grade Gundam coming today in the mail.
Ooh.
Yes. And it'll be my 20th kit that I haven't built yet because I have no space for it. But I'm getting there. I will get there one day. It'll be great rainy day kind of projects. You know what I mean? Building Gundams. I got a goof. You know what a goof is?
What?
No.
A goof is it's a Mobile Suit Gundam, original 1978 and 79 show. And the goof is the second generation of the Zeon, the bad guys' mobile suits. And so it's got these curved helmets, this mono eye, and this one has, horns on its shoulder pads to better, because it's a melee fighter. It was built to fight Gundams.
Punk Waddle has a goof trooper.
Goofs I just love the design of them. A goof troop, yeah.
Now I'm thinking of the Disney cartoon Goof Troop. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
I was about to say that.
I'm also thinking of Quack Pack now.
Yeah, I'll drop that. This is from the Gundam Wiki. Yes, that's the goof.
Big goof.
Because it's opposed to the Gundam looks very samurai-like, in my humble opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Clean lines. They have faces and personalities. And as opposed to the Zeon mobile suits, the Goofs, the Zakus, and all down that line, the mono eye with the curved helmets and the hoses and this really impersonal, faceless monster thing. And I think it's wonderful design of these mechs. Good shit.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. I love you. Won't you tell me your name?
No, that's not it.
Hello. I love you. Won't you jump in your
Sorry, I'm
name?
adding to the texture.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about my singing.
No,
that's not it.
no. I'm trying to, no. As you can see on my screen, I'm adding a little bit of texture to kind of the metal areas. I highlight with a kind of a scatter brush here.
I'm trying
There's a
to.
lot of detail. There's a lot of detail put into just on the colors and everything. You know what I mean?
I hear you there.
Or
Yeah,
put on this jacket.
Yeah, I've been trying to go back to watercolors here, and it's a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like that.
Challenge
I like
accepted.
challenges are good.
Mm-hmm.
Challenge accepted. Woo. All right. I feel like I should be saying something here, but I don't have anything very substantial to say. I'm like kind of just absorbed in this process right now.
Yeah.
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 But yeah. Oh, I did about 25 prints of my linoleum cut.
Really?
Yeah, I got those getting those ready for the show or for the con. It's the first time I'm selling linoleum cuts at a con, so I'm kind of excited about that. See how it goes.
Man, I couldn't go to Alpaca to my game shop all week last week because
Why not?
I had to work. I had to stay home and watch my sister's dogs. It was raining, and I usually ride a bike everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to go to Alpaca Games because I wanted to have someone teach me how to play Warhammer. I want to learn to play Warhammer.
There's probably a YouTube station or two that could help you as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. There's Play On. There's the Play On series, which they have a series called 40K in 40 minutes where they have two opposing two players playing with their opposing armies. One of my favorite ones is Mr. Initiative because he has like this great, beautifully painted orc army, and another one has a great has 17 I think it's 1700 billion point Tyrannid army. It is just massive, that the army he has, and that took a lot. That must have taken a lot of money, not only money, but time.
Yeah.
But time to paint each and every single one of the Tyrannids.
It's a labor of love, man.
Yeah, and also they did have a showcase of the Astra Militarum when the new codex came out, and also they also did some Kill Team. They also did some episodes based off Kill Team, and excuse me, and they actually showed off the new models from the new Kill Team expansion, Soul Shackle, which they showed the Dark Eldar, and where they show two new factions which join the Kill Team, which are more smaller, squad on squad, instead of like massive armies like in a typical Warhammer battle. Kill Team has like squad on squad battles, and they showed the two new factions that were put into Kill Team, which are the Dark Eldar and the Adeptus Arbites. And the Adeptus Arbites are like the police force in Warhammer. Like I told you, they're like the Judge Dredd inspired police force.
Nice. So this is someone that's local to you at the Alpaca gaming store?
Yeah, Mad Alpaca. They call it Mad Alpaca. They usually have like Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, or they'll have people play Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, D&D, but they'll also have people play Warhammer, but that's on Thursday nights, and I couldn't go there. And I couldn't go there on Thursday nights. On Thursday night because I had to. My stepmom and my dad went to go do their taxes for that Thursday, and I had to stay home and feed the dog, make sure the dogs get fed because my stepmom religiously she feeds the dogs by 5 p.m. and I couldn't leave.
Well, it's nice of you.
Yeah, but I really want to go there one of these days and see if I can get someone to teach me how to play Warhammer. Especially
very communal. It's the best expression of your budding culture and community, being real life people.
Yeah.
You know? Maybe like reach out. You know what? Reach out to MVP. Maybe he's playing online too. You know, Max One Priestley. He's huge into Warhammer.
Yeah, I saw that he that one night when he introduced the codex, but I had to leave that day because my grandfather had this accident. Oh, you're doing an Adeptus Arbites? That's cool, Jay.
Nice.
Yeah, so yeah, that was actually the night that my grandfather had his accident, and I had to leave the stream early because a family emergency.
Exactly.
But I was still able to see him when he showed off the codex.
Any news about Henry Cavill?
No, none.
His Warhammer.
No news.
Aspirations?
No news yet. He's keeping very tight-lipped. I know that there hasn't been any pen to paper signed with Amazon yet, but I know Vertigo Industry, like with Jay mentioned, what Jay mentioned, she says that Games Workshop is working with Vertigo Entertainment, which is Henry Cavill's company, and they're going to do the Warhammer, and they're working directly with Games Workshop, and they're going to get they're basically the go-between with them and Amazon. And even if Amazon tries to get them to go like full woke, they won't. The Games Workshop won't do that because they'll just say screw you. They'll just say screw you. We don't need you. We'll just go to another studio.
There we go.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch any of the latest South Parks?
No.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh my gosh. It's so good.
Meghan Markle's
Where what prophecy? Where what prophecy? Where what prophecy? Sorry.
That's
I like the Hitler Cupid.
Meghan Markle is pissed off at South Park because of what they did.
Good.
Good for you.
Good for you.
That goes well, does it? Right, guys?
There's like a rumor going around that they're going to sue her. That they're going to sue South Park.
Yeah, been done before. Yeah, they can weather that kind of storm.
Yeah,
They are the highest paid actors in Hollywood, quite legitimately. That's provable.
Okay. Here, the latest news. Jay the Deep Minded. Henry has just started filming a new movie with Guy Ritchie, so it'll be quiet for a few more weeks. Up until last week, he was meeting potential writers and cast members in L.A. So that was it. Last time.
So you need potential writers and cast members?
Yeah, in LA for his new Warhammer series.
What do you say, guys?
what do you mean?
Come be a potential writer, be a potential
Got
cast member.
no skin in this game.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, move to LA. Come on.
I wish you to be happy fans and enjoying what they offer.
Come on, Bandito. Let's go for it.
Right.
Come on.
This is the one thing that Henry Cavill has to ask a writer if he wants to get hired for this Warhammer series. Are you a fan? If you're not a fan, are you willing to learn the lore? Because Warhammer is very heavy into the lore. If you don't want to learn the lore, there's the door.
Door or lore?
I like how you rhyme that.
Yeah.
You rhyme that.
You're a poet and you know it.
I didn't even notice that.
You're so humble you don't even want to show it.
Mm-hmm.
But you got a channel, so you want to grow it.
To a kid looking up to me.
But don't join the Game Awards or you're going to blow it.
So.
Oh my gosh, you two.
So like there are
karaoke would be fun.
I'm actually starting to. I'm still working on my comic book. I want to work on a Warhammer fan fiction, in memory for my grandpa.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically, Jay the Deep Minded will probably know these characters. It's going to be like a what if Kaifus Kane met Sebastian Yarok.
Hey, Brightest Day. And speaking of some Warhammer talent,
what's up,
legit,
going,
he just walked in the door.
Hey,
Bendito, you know my friend Brightest Day? He's your huckleberry for this Warhammer stuff, man. This is great.
Really?
I got one of his books. He's an audiobook reader too. Which one do I got lined up? Is it Horus Rising?
Oh, Horus Rising.
Yeah, that's on my list of books. I have I'm gonna get to that very shortly.
That's like the first book to the new Horus Heresy novels. There are 50 Horus Heresy novels altogether. So Horus Rising basically is how Horus Lupercal became the War Master after the Emperor of Humanity went back to Earth to work on the Webway project.
See, I like the vastness of all this. It's evocative of Asimov's Foundation, like the real stuff, the books. Something that's vast, like big stage.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Foundation by Asimov?
No.
Ooh, it's deep end of the pool. I'm glad I saved it for my adult life. It's really heady. It's good shit, man. And it's aged very well too. I think I like Asimov a lot. I've read several Asimov books. Being a lifelong science fiction book reader as well, I held off of Asimov until my adult life, and I grew up reading Bradbury, and and Heinlein, and just in Vonnegut, especially Vonnegut. Just like really savvy, witty, scathing, and cruel. Short stories.
All right. Okay, so from Jay the Deep Minded, she says, if someone told me if I let you write, if you memorize the lore, I'd study like my life depended on it. Jay the Deep Minded says, if I had to place a bet, I'd say Henry'd want to team up with big names from Black Library Warhammer books with a couple of tried and proven sci-fi screenwriters from Hollywood. So yeah, I'd go with like some of the greatest writers like Mike Brooks, he knows how to write orcs. Sandy Mitchell, he is very very good with with character pieces like he did the Caiaphas Cain novels. I think he also did like I think he also did like the I don't think it was right now I'm listening to the first of the Eisenhorn books, and I'd say he is a good pick for it. He is a good pick for the he would be a good pick he would be a good pick to bring onto the team. And one of the things is that some of these people are people of color. Yeah, Dan Abbott. Yeah, that's it. Dan Abbott. He did the Eisenhorn books, and these people, and some of these people are people of color, and they can even if you do change like some of the characters, if you keep the core like change the skin tone of some of the characters, you can keep the core. If you keep the core of that character intact, then they'll give you a pass on it. But like some of the characters, like you cannot change. Like Rabute Gilliman must look like a Roman centurion, a blonde-haired Roman centurion, or Horus Lupercal, or Vulcan from the Salamanders, the Primarch of the Salamanders. He has to be. I would love to see like Idris Elba play him, and he is just And the thing is that Vulcan of the Salamanders. You're on mute.
Yeah. Hello, Kenzo.
Hey, what's up there, Kenzo?
Hey,
Hey,
Kenzo.
How's it going?
All right.
Sorry, I'm not. Yeah. Hey, what's up there, man? Oh, thank you, bud. Sorry, I get my zone just listening to a Bandito talk Warhammer, and it's
Bringing the Warhammer.
It's getting my hammer hard. Sorry, keep on going, man.
All right.
Oh,
Vulcan of the
Did you just say that?
I just did.
Oh god.
It was out there. It was out there. I want him to know that I care.
You're just busting balls, yo.
Yeah.
With my hammer.
No, I wish I knew more. But I wish I could react to what you were saying, because like I don't know any of it. It's like, but I have to read it myself in order to be able to, engage with you about it. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here listening to you, and then I zoned out on my picture.
Yeah.
And then I realized that, I'm on a live stream. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, I'm here.
I recently read a fascinating little piece of sci-fi that flew under my radar. Someone in the live chat just suggested it like months ago. Space Viking by H. Beam Piper. And it was an amazing. It was written in 1963, and it's just space fantasy of getting revenge.
Oh,
it's really good.
Mackany, you're gonna like who's on chat. The lovely Sherry.
Hello.
Hey, what's up there, lovely?
Oh my god. Sorry.
Yeah.
I am still working on this thing. Oh my gosh, I'm still working on it.
Do you feel as though you're second guessing yourself a lot more now with that you have? Because one thing I noticed on some of you, what I've seen is just the ability to change your light source very effortless. You know what I mean? Like it's weird and really
Who,
cool.
me?
Yeah. I mean, do you feel like you're like with this? Do you feel like you're second guessing yourself and you have to keep going at it, or this is relentless perfection?
I think it's both. I think it's a bit of both, just because there's a lot of detail there, and it's like okay, there's a lot of like detail and nuance, little things that I have to be able to nail to kind of get the effect that I want. And because I knew this jacket was going to take a while, because there's a lot going on there. From just as you can see, I was adding a second color. I was adding a bit of second color there for kind of lighting effects. You can see on the metal parts of where his shoulders is, I had a bit of a second bluish tone, add some light blue tones. It's I'm going at it, and you can see with her bra and such, I'm adding a lot of different tones and different highlights into it to get that effect, really get that effect. And it's like I don't cheapen on you guys. You see me with traditional. It's just I think it's just my nature to just not want to cheapen on things. And that you really want to really nail a lot of little details down, just because that's just how I am as a person, as a human being. I'm just naturally detail oriented. I've always been like that with my art. Always been like going in and just doing little details like this, doing little line work like this, little highlight stuff, because that actually enhances it more. But there's also a case where it's always been a case with my traditional work, is that if you put too much detail, that it becomes distracting. And sometimes it becomes distracting. And maybe it becomes a detriment, because sometimes I've always wondered if even my past work was too detailed for its own good, or if I put so much focus on that. You know what I mean?
I hear you there.
Yeah.
It's always the struggle.
But,
like, at what point do you put the pen down, and what point do you just like, it looks good whenever you're doing it, but you're not looking at the picture as a whole.
I think also part of it, and I think it's just not looking at it as a whole, because maybe it's part of just because I'm still not as I feel like I'm not confident enough to say that I'm able to convey this level of shading, or this level of shading, or this level of lighting in like one or two layers, and I need to start piling on more and more layers to get the point across. But when you kind of zoom out, it's because you zoom out, it feels much more complete. It feels like you kind of overdid it in a way.
Yeah.
But when you zoom in, it's just so much little work that you do, and that's something that I appreciate. I just appreciate doing that. That's just it's just the detriment has always been that, like, as an artist myself, my biggest worry was always that I take too long, that I'm not efficient enough, that I'm so focused that there are details you want to convey, but they are time consuming. You're going to be here for hours upon hours, and I'm recording this as a time lapse, so I already have about gigs upon gigs worth of footage. I'm about in this Rebecca piece, because this is the last piece I'm doing for this month's term batch, or this month for my channel members. And I'm already 8 hours in, and I still have a lot more to do. I still have the face to do. I still have the shoes to do. I still have the background to do. But I'm just like, you know what? I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining or anything. It's just, maybe that's just how it is. Maybe it's just I can't. Maybe that's just I can't be able to whip up something like this in 6 hours like I see other artists can. Maybe that might be the case. Maybe that's just how I naturally am. I'm just naturally slow.
And I think there's just a huge difference in the media itself. I mean, your medium has shifted from, because I feel as though with paper and ink and color, like, that kind of, you have to commit Like you really commit to your light source and everything else that follows. But here with the digital one, you can be persnickety. You can be as detailed and change your mind too. So I can see that there could be a lot more mind changing involved, with the digital that's less evident on paper because you literally have to really commit or start over, right?
And most of the time I do commit. I don't ever really start over on traditional. I never really start over. I just, because I work in pen all the time, I just go with it. I'm just like, all right, we'll just go with it, and just, you can turn it into something.
But James, I'm really liking the lightning behind her coming from the skies, evoking her primal powers.
Yeah.
But
the weather witch.
But you look back and you're like, the work is there. It's clear that the work is there, and it's clear that you are really trying to make it something. You really are trying to make this pop. It's such a complicated thing with me. It is so complicated with me, and it's hard for me to kind of describe it.
You will know when you're finished because you are the artist and it is your vision.
Yeah, you'll know when you're finished.
You'll know.
It's just you just know that it's just like, this is going to be time consuming, and there's no other way around it. No other way around it. You're going to be spending a long time on this, and just embrace it. Just always strive to get quicker at stuff. But, so always try to get quicker. But it's like a freaking balancing act. It's like that part of me is that I can't sacrifice quality. It's just that human in nature of me. It's like, no matter how quick I want to do, even my sketches take like 2 or 3 hours to do, and it's just like, I just can't sacrifice quality. I just can't sacrifice the detail.
Then don't.
I couldn't. I feel like I couldn't live with myself if I did. I don't like to half-ass. It's just nature in me. I don't like half-assing on shit. So if I'm gonna put something in,
your asses are usually nice and ample, and
you know what I mean.
I know what you know. I saw the opportunity for pun.
I know.
I took the opportunity to say something cheeky. Get it? Cheeky? Oh my God.
How dare you?
Oh, now I'm the butt of the joke. Oh,
how dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
How dare you?
Oh my God. Jinja knows. Jinja knows that feeling the whole time.
All right. Oh,
he works faster than I do.
if
Kenzo
you ever,
Kenzo says, I've drawn so much stuff this week, been working on animated stuff, and has been an exercise in line work consistency. That's a good. There you go.
Okay.
But the thing is that that mindset that I have, that struggle for me to try to get faster at this, that's what got me to you guys. That's what got me the fan base.
Yeah.
This mindset that I have. That's how I was able to build my channel. That's how I was able to build. That's how people.
You have a brand.
You guys love that. You guys love that. You guys love that. It's just that.
I mean, watching you draw is like seeing.
I've been so sorry. I guess in the 2 years that I've done Machini Live, done the show, done YouTube, I've been more comfortable not being able to finish everything I do live. I've been more comfortable about that. I'm not gonna lie.
All right.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. This is a passage from almost every Black Black Library book from the Warhammer, which publishes the Warhammer books. If you want to get somebody into it, like give them an idea, this is it. It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth.
Sounds like my grandpa after chili night.
He is.
It's a throne joke of pooping.
Yeah,
God,
I get it. I get
a match.
I get it. I get it. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, the master of millions of worlds by the might of his inexhaustible army. He is a rotting carcass, withering invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom thousands of souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets cross the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between the distant stars. Their way is lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name. Uncounted worlds, greatest amongst his soldiers, are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineer super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard, the countless planetary defense forces, the ever vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitude, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present state from the alien, the heretic, the mutant, and worse. To be a man in such a time is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise and progress of and understanding for the in the grimdark future. There is only war. There is no peace among the stars. Only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of thirsting gods. That's basically what Warhammer is in a nutshell.
It's not a safe space.
Nope.
No way.
Not in the slightest.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
And McAdee brought this up. If you want to survive in Warhammer, you really have to be you have to be a piece of shit, because you need to survive. Even if it's for the good, even if it's like what Mr. Spock says: the lives of the few outweigh the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few,
or the one.
Yeah. It just
Spock
shows.
getting sentimental in your old age.
Oh, what's this drama? I know there's a drama going around with Doomcock and other people, because Doomcock is
keeping my head down on that one.
I know Doomcock has given up on Star Trek, but the people who are watching it saying that Star Trek Picard feels like actual Star Trek.
Sure.
Like McAnee brought this up on his Friday stream, that Anna, that Star Wars, like people like Nerdrotic, Anna, that Star Wars girl, and
a bunch of people. Robert Meyer Burnett.
Yeah, Robert Meyer Burnett.
Even I think even Critical Drinker might have said something nice about it too.
Yeah.
So like, you know, basically it's all it's kind of an appeal. Our boy Zach probably had the best breakdown of it, because he feels like he's in direct conflict with Doomcock over this, and he's like, this is the un-Star Trek like behavior. Even Jim Kirk in the movies had to get over his biases and his personal hatred of the Klingons in order to be the hero. And even Kirk had that level of personal growth later in life, after 50.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's what he's appealing to, is this like kind of like my liege, you know, we know you're heartless, but you know, can you grow here's a clone of a heart, you know what I mean? Have some heart for this. And the people who, you know, it's saying like scathing things about us who are watching it. I won't. It just because I'm of my own mind on this, because I'm not going to watch this show. I'm blocked on Twitter by them. So how am I? No, thank you. So, but having Doomcock being like, hey, if you're, you know, saying things like, if you watch this, then you are that, you know,
that's my problem.
That's not sticking well with our conjoined audiences and cultures, and
yes, you know, because Loki is given it a chance, Robert Meyer Burnett's given it a chance, Dave Cullen, only Community Fair was given it a chance. Just because they like it, and even just some guy, just because they like it doesn't mean that they're shills or that they're basically supporting whatever Kurtzman's doing.
Clobbering Times is having a great day picking apart that show.
I used to have that mindset, but now I'm kind of disgusted by that. I was like, no, you gotta get to label people like that.
Yeah,
just because they enjoy something doesn't mean that they're shills for it.
Right.
Yeah,
I think he was completely in the wrong for that.
Yeah, I think he's doing the job of like, maybe like, you know, softening, you know, I think framing his thoughts better without, you know, pointing at each other and being like, hey, you know what, I think he's made an effort there.
I'm sorry, they're not shills.
Yeah, and this is the thing. People keep saying it, when some people bring up like they don't like certain series because of this or because of that, they'll paint everybody in this broad brush, saying that we're all bigots and istophobes, and then when we do give something Doomcock's acting like the same thing. I don't know why he's got to be in his bonnet, but he's actually he's just going after everybody. He's saying that he's saying that they're just shills, that Paramount must have paid them off, because couldn't it be that the people who are actually writing the last season of Picard actually learned their lesson?
That doesn't mean that they're just going to be on the gravy train. They're going to be on the same train. They're probably Loki. In this case, probably Loki or Robert Burnett or anybody who does like it. They're probably going to enjoy this season. They're probably going to like this season, say it's good, but then swore off Star Trek forever. That's fine.
Yeah. I mean,
I had a part. I really don't want to reiterate this, but I have said, for the past 2 weeks, I have said I refuse to watch anything DC related because of that creep, Ezra Miller. And I'm sticking to my guns on that. You are totally fine to, my problem is flip-flopping.
Right. Okay, here we go. I'm going to go see Flash. And so if you said to me, Eric, you're a victimizing, enabling person you're supporting Ezra Miller, I'm like, whoa, hey, dude, I just want to see a movie.
No, yeah, exactly. That's one of the problems I have. But the other problem I have is, say, like Eric says, like, oh, I'm not going to I am not going to see Flash because of Ezra Miller, or I am putting my foot down. I'm not seeing it, but then just immediately just do a freaking heel turn, just flip flop, and just be like, oh, because Kevin Conroy's saying I'm gonna go see it now. I was gonna see it now. I'm gonna see it. I was like, no, I don't know. Stick to your guns. That's how I am. Stick to your freaking guns, okay?
I don't even know if I want to see
no amount of fan service is going to convince me.
I'm a huge Batman fan. I'll go say it.
I am too, but no amount of fan service is not going to convince me.
And I'm going to stick to it. Be sure, I mean, Fatal J got me to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, all 4 hours of it, and I really enjoyed it more than I thought I would. And that surprised me. And what surprised me even more was like Ezra Miller plays a great Bart Allen. You know what I mean? That's really not Barry, but you know, that's Snyderverse.
Eric, what I'm saying is that if you say you're going to do something, stick with it. Okay?
Yes.
You know, it's kind of like the same thing with I hate bringing this up, but it's kind of like the same thing with Star Wars. It's like we had so many people who basically swore off Star Wars because of The Last Jedi and such like that. But then just completely just turn around and just say, like, oh, I'm going to watch The Mandalorian. When they specifically said they're done with it.
I actually gave up on Star Wars.
Unless you have a good reason. Unless you have a good reason to. I just see it as just, you're just kind of flip-flopping. You're not sticking to your guns. You're not sticking to... And I'm saying there's people who are very headstrong about it. I have stuck to my guns in terms of Star Wars. I have not watched a single thing since The Last Jedi.
Well, if you haven't seen Rise of Skywalker, I mean, just God bless you.
Yeah, seriously. I refuse to watch Rise of Skywalker. You just watch anything else.
I tried to like Last Jedi. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I really tried to like that movie and appreciate it. Visually, it's pretty stunning. I mean, I love the reds and the whites of Crate. I mean, it was... there's a lot there to pick apart. There's definitely an allegory for abuse there. With Luke entering his teenage nephew's tent in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? And just that.
I've been so hurt by The Last Jedi and how Lucasfilm has treated everyone. Because of that I was like, I'm done with this. I'm not going to support anything. And I stuck with that. I may have seen clips. In The Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett, especially with the Black Ambassador, the memes of it. But I've never watched a single minute of it.
I watched the 8 minutes of Kenobi, the final duel. You know, I enjoyed it because I like the whole thing of Obi-Wan being the consummate master of swordsmanship, and he's really good. And this duel between Vader and Kenobi is really, it's aces. It shows, it shows Kenobi's lightsaber style, Suretsu, and he's I'm fucking into that. And it's just, that was all show don't tell. And
the thing is that I learned from you guys. Whatever I hear about only from watching you guys. Those are the only way. Those are only how I'd be able to watch those clips. Is just because I watched the review. You guys cover it. I watched people like DC, like Critical Drinker, like whoever cover it. That's it. Other than that, I'm not seeking it out myself. I'm done. I was too burned. I was too hurt by that film. And I was hurt by Lucasfilm's behavior.
If they earn a sense of forgiveness, that would be good. If they had earned it and have warranted that by reverting back to making proper Star Wars stories for Star Wars fans.
Yeah, but even then, the problem with that is
Salu.
It's going to take a while for me to forgive that.
Yeah.
It's going to take a long time for me to forgive that because not only do they have to make good stuff, they have to basically say that, everything that we did, we basically have to apologize for their behavior.
Right.
They basically have to, but even then, that's not enough for me.
I mean, the Gina Carano thing soured me.
You burned me real badly.
I mean, that was like really.
And I'm on the same thing with. I'm on the same thing even if it's true that DC and Warner Brothers, they're going to drop Ezra Miller after the Flash is over,
sure,
I'm still not going to be convinced. It's still going to be hard for me to bring me back. With me, there's a lot of goodwill.
Mm-hmm.
With me, there's a lot of goodwill with me that goes down the drain when you pull stuff like that off. And I'm serious about that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be burned again. I don't want to be burned again. I don't want to be fooled again. But then again, I'm probably the more cynical one. I'm probably the more I hate saying the more black-pilled one. But the last thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to yuck in anybody else's yum about it. I have people I care about who will give these properties a chance. And I'm like, more power to them.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ruin their just because I'm burned doesn't mean I'm not going to ruin their experience for them.
You know how many people suggested Andor to me? He's like, in preface, I know you're not watching this, Sully, but because people really, my age, these G1 Star Wars fans seem to have really liked Andor.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I'm respected for not. I will never ruin somebody else's enjoyment because of that.
Well,
I won't say anything. That's why a lot of times I won't say anything. I will. Sorry, this is kind of it's beautiful. Sorry, this is charged for me. This is a very charged thing for me, considering this, and I think what DC went at it. DC had valid points in his criticisms of Picard, but to label, his own colleagues like that as shills, no, I can't support that. I can't. I'm willing to call that out.
Well, he's said things to it's I don't know, wouldn't call it walking it back, but I mean, he said, literally,
you don't have to give things a chance, but just don't go there. But just don't be like that to other people who are giving it a chance.
He says, and I salute my fellow YouTubers and critics with the intestinal fortitude to sit through Pew Card Season 3. These folks sacrifice so you don't have to. They are to be commended. That's from February 16th. Which is keeping his, his persona, his sense of humor, the expectation of the character, and, saying something about it. I mean, he's a nice guy.
Walking back the whole Shills comment in that
maybe, or trying to save face with it. I mean, I just what's he's just what's a mea culpa worth or something, or is it in character with the or is it in voice? Because Doomclock's a character. He's a nice guy that lives somewhere in Texas. You know what I mean? I've interacted with him a bunch of times, like off camera and shit, and he's a swell dude. And so I think I
just think that was out of line.
Sure.
Because I know you're better than this. A lot of people better than this. This is kind of one of the reasons why I joined why I was proud to be a part of the Fandom Menace and such like that, because we're able to have discerning opinions. There are people who are willing to give it a chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what our boy Zach was saying. We need to be able to, forgive. I guess that if it's worthy of it, for your forgiveness.
And also understand, it's just because they like it doesn't mean they're going to like everything else.
Mm.
You can have something is good. You can say something is good, but still swear off everything else, though, in the process. I'm sorry if I'm bringing the mood down on this stream, Jinja. I'm sorry about that. That just rubbed me the wrong way. Really did. And I'm like, we're better than this. We're a lot better than this. Sorry. Hello? It got quiet. Why?
Oh, whoops. Oh, hey, there we go.
I was like, oh, I was wondering if something wrong with my mic. I was like, everything's gotten quiet now.
I just realized I was on mute the whole time. And I was speaking to you guys, but nothing was. And that's why. Okay, that makes sense.
I was like nobody's listening. Dino's gotten quiet. I'm like,
shoot. Did you hear my question just now?
No.
Of course. Okay.
No.
All right. Fuck. I've been on mute for I don't know how long. Oh my gosh. All right. So as an artist, do you ever go through periods where you're like, oh my God, my stuff, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And you lose that confidence? Do you ever go through those periods? I know I do.
All the time.
Where just it's just
all
like you'll just, and I find it like going through another medium, and maybe that's something that you're doing right now too with the whole digital thing, because I will switch mediums at that point. I don't know.
Well, Jinja, it's not that I'm going through a digital. I'm just doing it to see, like what you were saying.
I didn't mean to say it like that. I kind of
missed.
Well,
no. I disagree. I disagree with in that statement. I disagree because
I didn't mean to say it like that. I meant to say for like me. I might go to a
different medium to revitalize yourself.
And that's what I'll do for me to kind of like
for like revitalization, stuff like that. It's kind of get that group back.
I wasn't saying that's
what you're trying to do. I've wanted to do this. I've wanted to do this. I've been wanting to do this for a while now.
Right.
I've been wanting to do that. I've been wanting to get back into digital for a long time. So I'm excited to do this. I'm excited to learn. I'm excited to try new things. I'm excited to just really experiment. And this is something I always wanted to do.
I hear that.
So
yeah.
And I'm getting a chance to do that, and I'm actually learning at a quicker pace. It just takes a while for me. It just takes a while for me when it comes to stuff like this.
Man, I just realized we're almost at the 4-hour point.
Yeah, I need to get some breakfast, and I need to get my stream going too.
Dude, it's been great listening to you guys. Like, a lot of great like conversations going on here. I just tend to kind of sit back and let you guys go at it. You know what I mean?
Wind them up, watch them go.
Yeah. And then but I feel like I got to finish this piece before I end the stream tonight.
I do want to bring it up. It's just that listen. Stick to your guns and such like that. And just because somebody makes like something else you may not like, that doesn't give you a reason to just call them shills or anything, okay? And that's what
we all understand that here. I think we all understand that here. I think what the problem is like, here's another thing that we got to be careful about, and because they are celebrities to us now, you know.
Yes.
We have to remember that they are just humans like us, and they are prone to mistakes. And what's difference between like Doomcock and Gary Nerdrotics and other people like that? We didn't know anything about like actors and actresses and stuff, you know. Exactly. We didn't know about their personal lives, and so we didn't hold them accountable to truths. And that's what we're doing now with these people. And not just because we're holding accountable them for that, it's also because that's where their standpoint is. That's where, you know, we're going to tell you the truth. We're going to tell you're going to be honest and genuine to you. So we hold them to a different, you know, standards than we do with the actors and actresses, even athletes. You know, it's a different kind of world now with SNS and everybody being connected and knowing everybody's what they had for breakfast. You know, and so it's new to them as well, and we got to realize that in the end we're all just humans here.
My point being is,
the guys have come out and they said, if something's good, we're going to tell you it's good, because we're coming from you from a genuine, truthful standpoint, and if we like something, we're going to say it's good. Doesn't mean we're shills. It's our job to tell you if it's good or not. You know what I mean?
You give it a chance,
and that's all it is right there. Just, I'm not going to watch it because they lost me at a certain point with a lot of these franchises. But if you go out there and do it, cool.
People do more power to you. More power to you, man.
Yeah.
Don't let it say yuck in your yum, as culture always says.
Exactly. Culture's great.
I don't want to ruin the experience because I know my co-host had to deal. My co-host had to deal with that when Wonder Woman 84 came out.
Yeah.
I know I was bringing it up, but she was almost said she was definitely harassed, but she got a lot of crap for liking Wonder Woman 84 and how they handled because it wasn't the problem that's like, it's like, you like because Wonder Woman 84 is a bad film, but the whole with her issue was like, you liked Wonder Woman 84, so you support.
Oh, hey, what's up, Tox? How you doing there? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
How do I say it? S abuse. You support abuse. And that's what she got, and that's the shit that she was getting.
Oh, my camera's touching.
Because the whole thing, because the whole thing with, how they brought back Steve Trevor.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
yeah, and that's how everybody was equating that to
GR.
Yeah, because if the shoe was on the other foot, if you flipped the genders,
you bigot.
Yeah, because if it was because if the roles were reversed. That would be a big problem.
That's just another controversy because
controversy is a good way.
I like that. That's a great word.
It's a great word. Yeah.
Because they said the same. They said that Harley Quinn was R-worded or she had a struggle snuggle in the second Suicide Squad movie when she slept with the dictator, but they were both consenting adults, and they were like, "Oh no, it's considered."
But in Wonder Woman 84's case, it was a case of that, like, it was like because Steve Trevor was brought back in the mind of somebody who had no idea that they were being controlled or manipulated. And that's where people had a problem with. That's where a lot of people had a problem with it. And what I came from is my co-host Maz Monberry. She liked the film. She liked the way they got it back. But she was lambasted and attacked for basically claiming that she supported, that kind of abuse.
Guys, it can go both ways. You could claim to be you're a warrior out there, a hero for the cause, but you end up doing the same thing as the other side does,
Yeah.
Right. So you just got to be careful about that.
And it's a good opportunity to say, hey, look, maybe we are taking this too seriously, because that is that's my stock response to anyone saying you are victimizing Harley by, pining for the Joker days. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to agree to that. I'm not harming anyone. These are fictional people. They're characters.
The same way that supporting Hogwarts Legacy doesn't harm the LGBT community.
Yeah, I'm not harming anyone.
The T community.
And it's like you're just, I'm not buying that, and I'm not going to agree to that. You are literally taking this too seriously. And you can say that. That's a great defense to any of this. Be like, people have said that, like, all you think about is comic books. But guess what? I'm not taking it as seriously as you are. I'm not trying to use it as some kind of real life, thing. That, like, you people are just weird.
Use it as an activist. Use it for your own activism.
What do you mean?
Thinking you could change the world with it. Thinking you could change the world with your inserting your own activism into it.
We can change the culture. We can change. You can change.
Because it's like the same thing with Star Wars. It's like you're griping over space wizards. I'm like, oh, really? You're the one that talks that you want to insert your own agenda into it.
Yeah, since the space wizards can't be useful to you, are useful idiots. I mean, hello, I get it. Geez.
Pricks. Sorry.
You know your own shit won't sell, so you have to, mess up our stuff. Yeah.
Hijack anything that sells. Like it kind of likes what they did with Tolkien, what they did with Payton McKay did with Tolkien, and they did like the entire.
I love that part of a woman's body, that curve right at the buttocks, with the small of the back. Yeah. It's like my favorite part of a woman, like
the hourglass figure. But
I think she's gonna like this. I hope so.
Jim,
But
how
the-
dare
yeah,
you
this
be?
is
How
great.
dare you be a toxic man? Toxic
I'm
male.
enjoying it.
How dare you be a toxic male, Eric?
and
That's
Oh, yeah.
misogyny.
Hello.
Yeah,
That's misogyny.
bring it on.
And is it or is it misogyny?
Oh, wow.
There you go.
you go.
That's what you did
I'd
there.
just like to take a second here just to thank everybody in the chat. Got 22
Yes!
likes today. You guys are awesome.
Awesome.
But hey, I'm
Punk
drawing.
Bottle,
I'm
Load
drawing.
Spec,
Hey,
Jay. What's up? That's
hey, I'm drawing a girl with a petite body, and I'm emphasizing that. I guess I'm a P word, huh?
No.
No. It's funny. Okay, just to, if you guys see it on Twitter, I do this respect for Tolkien hashtag thing, and it's funny. One of the big, let's call, he's a very big supporter of ROP, and
Rings of piss.
yeah, rings of poo,
Ooh, rings of puke.
puke, rings of a lot of pee. So
Rings of pubes.
he put up this post where he showed all of the people who were basically, he said, the ringleaders of the respect for Tolkien.
Oh God! Oh God! Is it like the OneRing.net?
No, it's just one guy. He's like all other stuff. And
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, he put up little comments about all the people, like Azura and other people, like, oh, she is this person, he is this person, and then there's this James guy. He doesn't really respond to us, but he's one of them too. And I like the fact that he said I don't respond to them because I don't.
James guy.
Because I don't, and they have
Yeah.
nothing. They can't do anything. I don't respond to them. I do whatever. I don't give them the time of day, and I think that infuriates them more than anything.
Yeah,
you know,
James is like, yeah, I got the recognition Zero, baby. I got knowledge, baby. Yes.
yeah. I was
Well,
like,
my name's in people's mouths now.
Yeah,
this
your
is what
heads.
I'm
in there for free, rent free, baby.
There you go. That's right. You wear that like a badge of honor, James.
Yeah.
This is what I would. I know you wouldn't say this, but I would say I have more important things to do with my time, like reorganizing my sock drawer.
So, dude, I have actually literally do have so many more important things to do in my time that I don't even have time to say that to them, if you know what I mean.
There you go.
Yeah.
I just put my shit up.
That's your comeback right there. See, that's your good comeback. Yes,
and I don't even need to say it. Rent free, baby, rent free. I'm never going to stop working on this. So, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call this one a night. If that's
how's the space in their head? How's it? Is it good?
Oh yeah,
get all your furniture.
It's
cozy, air conditioned.
Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, it's almost 2:30 here. I've got to go to bed. All right. Phil TMNT, you always seem to show up there. Like,
what's up, Phil?
I'm closing it down.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys do your outros if that's cool. I'll start with Eric here. Don't mean to. Oh wait, he's on mute. I'll go to Bandito first. Bandito.
I'm never the first one.
Now you are.
Okay. Hey man, you gotta start off on the right foot. Think of it that way. You gotta start off on the right foot. You gotta finish.
Okay. Hey, this is Bandito Bane. I am the well-rounded nerd. I am also the Warhammer noob. So I'm going to right now. I am going to I'm going to go on Twitter and Facebook and recommend some books from the Black Library. If you want to get into Warhammer, I'm going to suggest some books that I have read and or have listened to. And these are some of the these are very great stories. So if you want to get like a very consistent, I'll recommend these books, and I'll give them like a stamp of approval. So go to my Twitter at Bandito Bane, or go to my Facebook at Bandito Bane. I'm also working on a comic book, which if you want to get in touch with me and throw around some ideas, DM me or even go to my email at gmail at bombermanefx@gmail.com. So hopefully we can throw around some ideas. And so I'm working with Annie Your Canadian as my editor, and and maybe James will do some art, but hopefully some of you will help me out. Also, check out Jinja's comic book that he did. What's it called? Steam Junk Western.
There you go.
All right.
The link is in the chat. Check it out.
All right. Next is Eric.
Me? What do I got to say? Hello, everyone. Eric O'Sullivan,
What?
Reverend Sully, ordained on the internet. We talk about comic books daily at my show, at my channel, our channel. We have our daily comic book talk, 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern. Daily. Did I mention daily? We also talk about cooking, gratitude, spirituality, purpose. I point out planets. If you can see planets with your naked eye in the clear sky, I will point them out to you because it's really cool. I just broke 700 followers, and that's really cool too. I'm marching on my way to 1,000. So be part of that, and just be part of. You can be part of our daily comic book talk. Yeah, tune in. Take a break for a few minutes. Pull up a chair to the comics coffee table. Bring a cup of whatever it is you're drinking, and hang out with us. Talk about comic books. Just like for about a couple of minutes a day. It's really good for your heart and your head. Cheers. And thank you very much, James, for having me on. Thank you very much, Makini, and for hanging out. And thank you very much, Bandito Bane, as always. Cheers.
Eric, you forgot to say daily.
Oh.
Daily.
There you go.
All right. What an outro. Thanks, man. Yeah.
Thank you.
Much love to you, bud.
And subscribe.
And I'm hoping that here in May, or no, this upcoming August, we're going to be able to have a Guinness or two, and it's going to be fun.
Is dead. McCormick don't know it. McCormick is dead, and McKinley don't know it. They both are dead. They're lying in bed, and neither one knows the other one's dead. Right.
All right. Next, Maki-chan.
Hi, Maki-chan.
Is that what you're going to be calling me now, Maki-chan?
Maki-chan.
All right, guys. I am artist, journeyman, and illustrator Makini90. Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you all for being here on another fun Jinja Ninja live stream. Of course, as everybody knows, last Sunday was the season finale of Makini Live Season 8, as we are on a 3-week hiatus, and we will return on Sunday, March 19th. So make sure you mark that on your calendars. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to be streaming today. In fact, we're going to be playing some Fortnite on the main channel at 11 a.m. Eastern, so in about an hour and a half. So if you guys want to join in on the fun, I'll see you over on my main channel, Makini Draws, where we are at 1299 subs, and we just need one more to get over 1,300, and we are going to race to 2K starting in March. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And also, by the way, I'm going to leave you guys some Rebecca here. If you guys enjoy what I do personally, you guys can become a member of the CSF Nation for as low as $1 a month. You get some exclusive art, just like this Rebecca piece right here, for my channel members. And of course, I see my lovely into my before I send out here to my lovely Squeaka in the chat. I love you with so much of my heart, sweetheart. I'm happy to see you're okay. So always on my mind. Love it. Thank y'all, everybody, for being here.
Awesome.
Jinja, it is time. It's time for the main attraction.
Is that shout out to Squeaka because you made her cry?
Yes. And no. Mostly yes. Love you, Squeaka.
All right. Well, again, guys, like I said before, I know that like every time I do these live streams, the next day, I know I'm going to be like, it's 2:30, and I'm going to wake up the next day. I'm going to be tired as hell, and it's going to be a rough one, but it's worth it.
6 hours. Come on, let's go.
It's worth it. It's worth it every single
24
time.
hours.
I had so much fun on here. Like the chat's going crazy. You guys are going crazy. I just sit back and draw. And to me, dude, like you guys provide me with so much energy. I can't thank you enough. Like,
when are we going to have a Makini and Ninja
we'll have to set
collaboration.
something up. Like you name the time, and we'll just
get you back on the show. We got to get Eric on the
yeah.
show.
Yeah,
It's
It'll
just
let
happen.
me know
when he's not
you.
when on his break when he's on break.
Yeah. Whenever's good for you, just let me know. But I'll full screen myself here real quick, and then here's the painting for
Storm
today.
right there.
Storm, watercolor. I didn't use pen today, so
Nice.
there's some,
one of the best girls in Marvel.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm going to scan this and send it to my friend. Thank you, Jayna Wilson, for allowing me to use your photos as reference photos for this. And I'm getting ready for Yokota Comic Con this coming Thursday in Tokyo. After that, Osaka Comic Con in May, and I'm still waiting for a response about Dallas and Boston Fan Expo, both of which I've applied to. See what goes on there. Once I get the notice that I'll whether or not I'll be accepted or not, because I go in these things expecting not to be accepted because I am a very new guy around the block. I don't have as much cred as the bigger names, and I know there's a lot of like competition to get into these things. So if I do get into them, I'm very honored. If not, then I will try again. That's all I got to say about that. But again, appreciate you guys coming out to the show. Appreciate you guys being on the panel, like giving me your precious time to be out here and hang out while we draw and chat about things we love. So be on the lookout for me to possibly do. We will be doing a show this coming Sunday. I'm going to be coming back from Tokyo on Sunday. I'm going to probably have. Luckily, if all goes well, I'll have some commission work to work on.
Nice.
But if
Nice.
all goes well,
Awesome.
so fingers crossed.
Good hunting, and may the force be with you.
I'm working on something for Lady Balefire. Hopefully, I'll be able to finish that this week before I head out to the Comic-Con, and she'll have something for you to look at. And other than that, be on the lookout for new work also for Respect for Tolkien. I'm going to be I did the Ents picture, but I want to keep on rolling with that and doing more illustrations from the Two Towers. So with that in mind, just be I'm on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and of course got my YouTube thing here. So thank you again, everybody, and have a great week. And
Arigato
see you next time.
gozaimashita.
Sayonara. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Adios.